Well, hello there, magic monsters. I think I started a little early. Is that okay? I think it's okay. What's this over here? Oh, synergy. Hello there. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that jazz. It's going to be a good time, I think. It's Friday night for me. Might be Saturday morning for some of you. I suppose it might be Saturday afternoon for some of you. But for me, it's Friday night, and I've been working on this quest system and thought I should make a stream about it. This is what I got so far. I decided to make a copy of this demo scene. This was the loot box demo scene. It was the loot and inventory scene, and I think that would be an appropriate one to copy because there could be aspects of the quest system that require an inventory for checking whether you have a quest item in your inventory, per se, or something like that. Per se, I don't think per se was the right word to use there, but I used it anyways. I didn't, my brain did. And as you know, none of us really have free will, so that's what happened. This is the quest object right now. And earlier I was thinking about this whole quest step thing. So I've got the quest. Quests can have stats on them, which is an interesting concept, I think, because perhaps while you have the quest in your quest inventory, in your active quest or whatnot, there's perhaps a bonus or a negative thing, or you know, up to you. You maybe when you defeat a quest, when you complete a quest, you could say that your air proficiency goes up by 0.1. Like that is the bonus for, and then you move this into your complete quest list. Your player class can have who knows how many lists of quests, and you move this from active quests to complete quests, and then all of a sudden your air, if you include that in your stat calculation method, like you include your equipped items in your stat calculation the same way, then now your air skill, your air stat, is more proficient. So there's many ways to use that. It's very convenient, I think. And of course it has the dictionaries, which is the catch-all. If you need some something special, then you just add to the dictionaries on oh, I need to update this. But you add to the dictionaries on the quest, and then you can add things, and you can call that however you want. And the quest itself has got these two options: sequential steps and hidden. I figure hidden would be a decent enough kind of built-in toggle to have. Hi, Jeff. Glad you're here. Can you use stats as a prerequisite to even take it in the first place? Yes. So I think that's an interesting question, because you're touching on, I think you're touching on dialogue. Oop, my mic just rose up by itself. You're touching on dialogue in a way. I mean, there are, of course, you could code yourself however you want someone to take a quest. How do you get a quest? There's a built-in method. If we go to our... Where's our demo player? Do I not have a demo player? I have a demo player, but did I not bring it up here? Well, okay, and we don't need the player for this, really. So we have a game quest list right here, and there is this add method that you can pass in a game quest, or you can pass in, there should be a method, method to add a vanilla quest from the scriptable object as well. Maybe I need to add that still. Or you can transfer one that's in progress from one object to another that has a game quest list. But you could code that yourself. So you can control all of that to whatever level you want to control. However, the idea being, you need to have 10 strength in order to take on a quest. Makes sense, but I don't see it making sense in the... Well, I guess it could make sense. Like if I built it into here as a prerequisite, it's something that you could then check against. You could pass in your player stat list or your player stat and check against that to see if the stat is of the right type and thing, and then if it's not there, then the player doesn't get the quest, which could be helpful in instances where it's automatic, where there's no like other mechanism involved, like it, you know, I suppose like if you go to a new map, like you enter a dungeon, and because of some prerequisite, suddenly you have a quest, and maybe that quest is hidden or something. So I see value in that. I think from the example of somebody talking to you and saying go beat up those guys, it doesn't necessarily make as much sense as building that into the dialogue system, to where that dialogue tree, that branch rather, I guess, of the dialogue wouldn't even happen unless they had the prerequisites available. So let me add that to my fancy notes here. I've got fancy notes right up here where every note should be, and we should say prerequisites, same as completion requisites as well, because in the end I've been taking off socks. It suddenly got hot in here because I closed the door. In the end, I've been actually thinking about that as well. How do you complete a quest? How do you check completion? And we got that built in already. There is a check for completion here. If we go down to our ticks here, we check each step for completion. That they have their own tick and they check for completion. And then the main one will check for completion as well. And in a way, I feel like almost, well, this is a side thing, but since we've got check for completion on the game quest, and I've got nothing written here yet for it, and for the quest steps, there's also quest for completion. Again, nothing written. In a way, I think it would be more convenient if the game quest itself had a quest step that was called quote unquote main quest. What would that look like? Because right now when we have complete, if there's steps left is 0. Well, yeah, so they are separate things, so never mind. Ignore that. Okay, but what I was suggesting was there needs to be a way to check things like, is your stats a certain thing, a certain value? Is your inventory have, or your equipment have something in it? Someone in the Discord earlier said, oh, there definitely has to be counters for things like enemies killed and stuff, and that's a great call out. That can be done today with the stat system, where the stat system, you can have a whole list of stats that are really just trackers, just counters, like enemies killed, goblins killed, wolves killed, and every time something dies, it can call and say add 1 point to each of these stats, and then you could use this system to check against that. And I suppose it gets tricky. As I've been thinking about this, I've been thinking how it gets tricky, because let's say your quest is to kill 40 wolves, and you've already killed 35. Every developer is going to have a different answer, perhaps, but the question is, I've already killed 35. I just got a quest saying you need to kill 40 wolves. Does that mean I need to kill 5 more wolves? Or do I need to kill another 40 wolves in a total of 75? I know, like when I play New World, there are sometimes quests that I get and am able to fulfill right away because I already have whatever is needed for those quests. Sometimes it makes sense, like, hey, deliver 10 wood to this person. Well, I already have the wood, so I don't need to go gather it. But for killing wolves, if you're trying to kill wolves, maybe the idea is, no, I need you to go out and kill 40 wolves. That's the job, not say that you've already killed them in the past. That doesn't make sense. So in that case, the completion metric for wolves killed would be 75, not 40. And so there would have to be a way to adjust that in the thing. So let me write it out. I know I might not be as clear as but wolf example. Already killed 35. Quest says kill 40. So now we need to kill 75. When we create the quest and pass in the stat or other lists to check against, then we may need an option to update the required count or points at that step, i.e. Required equals wolf 40, and so instead we say option for add current points to required points is true. Then we say required points equals current points plus 40. So I think that would work. Hello, Raymond. How are you? Yeah. Yep. Yes. Hello. Oh, Jason Storey. All the way from lovely Ireland. You know, I was watching a thing about climate change and the best places to live, and they said Ireland might be a best place to live once the climate change happens. Hey, Sean. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I think that will have to be in here as well. This idea of adding that, you know, when you go along, and I have to make sure that things serialize properly too. I think they will, but when we pass in a list of stats or a list of whatever. All right. So let's try this. I put a note for myself somewhere to start simple, because as I was building this out, I was like, holy shit, this is more complicated than I thought it would be. Because there's just so many ways of going about this, and so many checks that I'm going to have to do. And there's going to have to be an event system, I think, attached to this too, where you're going to have to be able to hook into the event, so when a quest or a step is complete, you get that feedback and you can do something. Because the reality is that the game modules isn't going to code that part of your game for you. It's not gonna you know, whether you want to give the user a heads up or how that heads up looks, whether there's a sound attached to all that stuff, that's not going to be coded by the game modules. That's going to be coded by you. So there has to be an event as well that's triggered every time something is completed or failed, because quests can fail. That's right here. Not all of them can fail, perhaps, but some can fail, because there's a built-in time limit for this as well, you know. So yeah, anyways, so let's look at I started building out my demo things here. Upstate New York might be okay. Far from the coast, it'll be warmer. Yep, I did read it said the whole Rust Belt around the Great Lakes would be a great place. Yep. All right, so then we need to create folder quests. How are we doing this? This was the scriptable objects, and the scriptable objects were in there. Okay. So we're going to create a new quest, and this quest is going to be called oh man, see, this is the problem, is I just thought of another type of quest that needs a callback, where a loot box needs to be opened. If you say, hey, I need you to open a loot box, a specific loot box, or a thing, you know, that has to be tracked by this system in order to work properly. God damn, this is more complicated. This could be the most complicated module yet, actually. Let's see. A good solution for that is to have an interface to an event bus. That way you can have someone write an adapter to their own code, pass into your system that will get all appropriate events. I believe I understand what you're saying. yes, this is going to be complicated. I'm gonna say this one is going to be push the button. Push the red button. That's gonna be the quest we're gonna talk about first. Whoa, Jason's moving to Seattle? Wow. Well, I guess it's cold and rainy there too, so you'll fit right in. Welcome to America. Push the red button. So in our quest here, we're gonna have one quest step. There has to be one quest step. You're not allowed to delete the last quest step, and if you somehow do, it will repopulate. Like if I go here and go into my actual quest steps and say, haha, break it, 0 quest steps. Oh, joke's on you, there's still one. So that's cool. There's only one quest step, I suppose. So we'll delete the second one, and this is going to be push the red button. Great. And I'm going to provide a description here. You need to go push the red button. We'll figure out how to display this stuff in the demo. Because really, this is optional. You don't have to use this description. Actually, let's change this. We're going to say push the buttons. Or are we? No, push the red button, push the buttons. Oh, my undo didn't work right. Interesting. Okay, we'll leave it simple. Keep it simple for now. And or push the blue button and push the green button. And we can change, whoops. We can change this to just be push the buttons. So we can turn off sequential steps. And so let's build that. So if sequential steps is on, then it's going to check only in sequential steps. If the first has not completed, then the second doesn't even matter. And if the first step fails, then I suppose that means the whole thing fails. Let's look at quest steps, wherever it may be. Quest step. And so we do have a failed, and we have a complete. Good. And we don't actually do anything for checking for completion yet. We'll have to figure that one out. That one's going to be something. And we have a quest step failed. Okay, so I've got the checking for time limit, if there's a time limit on this step. And I suppose if the quest only has one step, then it has a time limit. But I suppose also that if there's a time limit for the whole quest, it would be equal to the time limit for the maximum time for each step, right? Does that need to be separate value? Like if let's say that you have 3 buttons to push, you only have a minute to push the red one, 2 for the blue, and 3 for the green. Clearly that means you need at least 3 minutes to finish the entire thing. Maybe this quest gives you benefits if you get all 3, but if you don't get all 3, then you don't get the benefits. So maybe you get 2 and you still get something, but you know, 1 failed, the other 2 didn't. I don't know. Ha. I did the font. I saw your comment earlier about the font size. I try to, but I don't always remember to. Yeah, the code for killing wolves would actually, I would suggest using a stat for that rather than the dictionary. Jason, when I'm just dying, how to listen, huh? You sound like my mother. Just kidding. All right, let's do something simple first. We'll ignore the time limit issue for now. I just want to know that I can push red buttons and get something back. So I think what we're going to need to do, interesting, we're going to need to put some script on the red button object, some method of marking that we've pushed that specific object. So I guess what I'm thinking is of creating another scriptable object, maybe. Some sort of script that goes on the red button. While I think about it, I should just create some buttons. Oops. Pedestal. I can't. Stand. I can't spell, so they're going to call it stand instead. I can't click either. So this is going to be one button here. There's our player capsule. So we'll make this just like 0.6, 1.2, and 0.6. And then on here, we're going to have a button, and the button's going to look like 3D object sphere. And the sphere is going to be up here, and it's going to be moved out so we can get the scaling right. And we'll make it smaller. And we'll bring it down. And here's the button. And maybe we will squish. Whoops. Maybe we will squish it like that when it gets pushed or something. And we'll call this button. And I will create some materials. I'm hoping my brain comes up with solutions, by the way, so I don't get too embarrassed. Do I not have a general demo files like materials? Demo files, materials. Where's the material on this? I've got a brown material. It looks like brown. Oh, I put it here. Okay, well that's good. Let's just move all these here and delete that, because I already have red, blue, and green. They look pretty too. They're nice shades of red, blue, and green. All right, so this is the red button now, and nice golden pedestal. And we will call this red button stand, and we will make a prefabs folder in our quests. Create folder demo. All right, we'll just call it prefabs, and we will bring our red button stand in there. And let's make a couple other stands, and we will call them blue button stand and green button stand. All right, and we just need to change these materials. Beautiful. Job's done. Go home. What just happened? Where's the red button stand one? Put it in the wrong spot. All right, so we got our prefabs. We got our buttons. We will space these out a little bit. And in the game, let's just make sure that they look okay. Oh, do I not have the movement working? Oh no. I didn't have the movement. I mean, this was just a demo scene for open the box and all that. So that stuff still works, which is wonderful, but we didn't have the movement. First person movement. All right, let me quickly get that working too. We're going to need that. Does this work? It does. All right. So where's this prefab live? Here. Okay. Demo objects there. All right. Demo scenes, quest dialogue. We will replace. Oh, we got the inventory demo player. It's got other stuff on it, and I don't want to lose that stuff. Look at this. I swear we had first person movement inventory. We got. Oh, that's the input inventory. We got the player controller here. Maybe it's those values are off. First person movement control. Copy component. Oops. I actually pasted this new. Paste. Values. I don't know why it's not working. Oh, now it is. Alright, so my tilt's off. Why is my tilt off? My tilt is off because it's supposed to be this one. And then, alright, there we go. So now I should be able to get close and then push the buttons. Excellent buttons. Very proud of these buttons. They're the best buttons I've made all day. Okay, we'll bring in the right main camera here. And we will apply that. Alright, so that's set. Good. Job done. If you put an add component menu header on top of each of those scripts, you can rename them without renaming the script, which makes them easier to find and work with. Which component? Or which script? Oh, did he? The red button thing? It's a very common thing to push red buttons. Sean, don't ask those questions. Oh, interesting. Okay. I was able to hit the mute button before I coughed. Good. All right, so now this is the problem. We have a quest which I can add to my player. And so let me create a little method to add quest to player. Let's start with that. We'll go very linearly for a little bit here. And we're going to create an empty object here. We're going to say quest giver. And quest giver, we will make a new script in our quest scripts. Demo scripts, create script or folder first, scripts, and create a C# script, and we'll call it quest giver. And this is going to be a namespace, modules, alright, and quest giver, we're going to have a public list of quest, and call this starting quests, new list quest. I'll make this, oops, system.serializable, and then on public void start, I guess we're gonna need our player as well. So public, what is our player anyways? That's a good question. Let's find out. This is our player, and the we'll have to think eventually. In this demo, there's 4 players, 1, 2, 3, 4. In some games, there's only 1 player, and I imagine there are some quests that are for per each player, and some quests that are for the party. So in a way, the party might need a whole quest list, and each player might need quest lists. It can get very complex Um, yes. At least that's Infinity. Probably is worth it for that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, we'll go with that one. If we go to the player settings, settings. Player default namespace. I think this is old. Default namespace. Huh. Is this the right? Oh, under editor. That does make more sense, doesn't it? Root namespace. That sounds about right. Infinity PBR. Oh, is that the? Yes, I am spelling that right. All right. All right. Good. So, where was I? Did I save it? I don't know. Maybe I did. Okay. I was looking at the player here, thinking, where's my player data? And doesn't look like it's here at all. Huh. Where is my player data? Do I have it? Player demo data. Ah, it's just here. All right, so our players are here, and I think what we're gonna have to do is do a quest section. Quests, and we'll do a public game quest list. This is going to be active quests, and we're going to make a couple more of these. We're going to call this hidden quests, which no, we're going to make this, we're not going to have a separate one for hidden ones. They're either active or they're not. We're going to call this failed quests, and we'll call this complete quests, and we'll ignore the whole paused quest thing for now. So these are going to be active quests, quests the player can and work on and achieve. Quests that have failed. They might still have an impact though, and quests that have succeeded. Ooh, and I just thought about something. For our game quest here, we need... I didn't zoom in the other script. Man, Jack, you need to yell at me. We need to keep a time. I need to organize this at some point. But we need to keep a time of public float start time. And this is going to be, we'll make it -1 by default. The start time, or well, how about this? Optional. The start time for when this quest began. That might be helpful for UI to say you started this quest on July 3rd in the game time. And that means when we create the quest in our constructor here, we'll need to pass in optionally float start time value and make it -1 by default, and we will then do this start time equals start time value. All right, so we pass that in. That'll be important. That's a nice thing for the UI. now where was I? Quest giver. Okay, so the player now has active quest, failed quest, complete quest. Quest giver is going to say, what do we got here? This is called just data. Huh? Inventory demo data. Okay. Using Infinity PBR inventory.demo and public data, player data, and then you would need the start time to keep track of. Well, not really, actually. For timed quests, you keep track of the end time, and you just need to check to see if you've passed the end time. And you could do the math, I suppose, on the time there. But nice to keep it as a individual data point too. I think. Everything can always change. So on start here, we will say set up quests, and what does set up quest do? It says if there's no player data, then that's probably going to be if player data equals null, then we return. That's not what I meant to do. And then otherwise, we're going to say player data dot quests to active quests dot add, and we're going to add in. Well, actually, do this. Starting quests dot for each quest player data dot active quest dot add quest, and this is where we're going to have a new add thing we need to build. I have a question for someone who knows this stuff, like Jason Storey. This way of doing for each, is there any issue with doing it like this? I was went through a tutorial on graphs the other days, because it took a few days, so the other days, and the developer kept doing this for each, and I really liked it because it's cleaner. It's clean and one line. So is there any issue with that, performance-wise or anything? Okay, just asking for a friend. And so now we're going to go to our add method here, and yeah, so we need an add method that takes in the quest rather than the game quest. So we will do that here. And quest. And new owner, distinct, false, etc. Those are all good. And what we're going to do is create a new game quest. And then pass that to, so we're going to really just do add new game quest quest new owner start time value. Oh, we'll ignore that. Okay. And that's going to pass into here. So I believe all we really have to do is that. I think that will do it. Quest in. So this will create a new copy and call this one to actually do the adding. I guess we do need to pass in distinct here. New owner and distinct. So we don't need new owner there. Apparently. New owner can be null. It doesn't. You don't have to have an owner. You need an owner if you want to use stats and other things like that, but otherwise you don't. Good. It's fine for the most part. That's what I like to hear. Where was I? Too many things open. Wasn't there. Quest giver. Add quests. All right. So this is going to create a new quest. Pass that in here. And then that should be good. So in our quest giver, this is where we will add there is no owner because this quest is on the group. So I'm going to specify this in the demo scene just to make it very clear that this quest is a group quest, because there is a difference between group quests and individual quests, perhaps, in a game that has a party. And so we're going to call this demo group quests. And there's going to be another folder here. We're going to call this demo individual quests. Oh, what did I do? All right, this one can be deleted. And this one can just be individual quests. And this one will be group quests. I guess they can have demo in front of them. Not. All right. So this push the buttons is a group quest. So there's no owner because it's a group thing. There will be no stats that get affected by this because that would have to be individual ones with an owner. Hidden quests are active quests that the player doesn't know about. Yes. Yes. And so on the Discord earlier, I was talking about a scenario where let's say that you have a quest that the player says, the quest is do XYZ, but you're tracking the X, you're tracking the Y, you're tracking the Z in hidden quests. You could have 4 different quests. The player only sees one, and from their perspective, from the UX you provide for them, they just think they have to do whatever you say they have to do. But really in the game, you're tracking these hidden quests, and as they complete, then the main quest can be completed. That's very similar to using quest steps, but there could be other use cases for it. And I actually had the thought, like, maybe quest steps is the wrong idea. I should go away from it. But then I realized, no, there is a point to having quest steps still. But you could imagine, like, let's say this is push the buttons is the middle part of a really a 5-step thing, where the first one is do something. The second one is do these 3, not sequentially. So we'll turn that off. And the third or the fifth thing is to do something else. That, hey, you complete the first quest, so then you get this quest automatically, and it's hidden. And then when this is done, we're going to add a thing that says on completion, give them another quest, that type of thing. You get the other quest, and that is the thing. But the player's only seeing one non-hidden quest, but really you're tracking these 3 other quest objects with a total of 5 steps along the way. The player doesn't necessarily see any of that, though. And that one that they do see, the real back-end completion metrics are, did they complete these other quests? And if they did, then great, you win. And then it completes. There's also going to have to be a button for auto-completion. Let's add that right now while I'm thinking about it. Game quest. So this is going to have to be on both quests and game quest. So hidden is false, and so public bool autocomplete equals true. If true, the tick method will check for completion. And public bool auto fail equals true. Do we need auto fail too, or is that the same? If true, the tick method will check for failure. And game quest itself now on the tick method. Usually I don't do the live streams when I'm at this stage in the module creation. I usually have them more fleshed out when I do the module, so the live stream. So this is, you're getting the more raw, like, stream of consciousness going on here. Game quest list, game quest tick. For each one, check for completion. So check for completion has to say if quest dot autocomplete, then return. So if it's not autocomplete, ooh, no, we won't put that here because that's is actually going to be a public void that you can call yourself. And it's going to return false or return complete quest, and this is going to return true. All right, that way you'll be able to call, check for completion, and get a feedback beyond just whatever automatic thing happens here. All right, so now we're going to say here if we're not doing, we'll just do it like this. So if we're checking autocomplete, then check for completion there, and failure. Did I build that? Failure. We have to check for that too. We're going to check for completion before we check for failure. So if they happen to do both in the same frame for whatever reason, we'll give the player the benefit. And whoops. And so we'll do nothing here yet to do. All right. That was an aside. There were some philosophical messages here. My philosophy would be there's a real difference between a quest and a quest step, or should everything down to just the objective and objective being done or not. Internally, an objective may be a quest step, a series of steps, a full quest, or a series of quests. Exactly. I personally use objective and steps, and all objectives have a complete %. Then one type of objective is a stepped objective, which is an objective, which is a list of objectives. Exactly. It gets confusing fast, doesn't it? It is just a stream of consciousness. The quest target being a quest receiver, doesn't matter if it's a person or a list of people. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And this has to work with all of those, Jason. This has to work with all of those setups. In this case, this current one that we're push the button quest, it's a quest for the party. But you can imagine that a town might have a quest. And the town's quest may be to build or collect 50 wood or whatever it might be, or even kill 50 goblins, and maybe some of the NPCs are fighting the goblins too, and you could sit back and let them kill all 50 goblins, and then the town still gets the quest done even though you did jack shit, which is perfectly viable. And in those cases, the quest still has to live somewhere, and that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're in agreement there. What was I doing before this? I can't remember now. I can't remember. I think we were doing the quest giver, right? Quest giver. We've given the quest, and now the player should have the quest. Let's see. Where's our demo player? Oh yeah, we put it down here. Demo data. So let's just see. Did I do it right? I may have forgotten a step. Active quests, nothing. Oh, I didn't even add the script. All right. So player data is going to be here. Starting quests is going to be push the buttons. And let's see if that throws any errors. It did, or something threw an error. Oh, quest repository. Now, didn't I have a method here that said, did you forget on quest repository. I thought I did. I swear. Forget. Oh, it's on the list, I bet. Forget. Yes, did you forget to add to the scene? How come that didn't trigger on initial setup? Because I'm not calling tick yet. All right. So I'm gonna redo this because yes, there's a bug. I need to bring the repository in, but I want to make sure I don't forget to do a very common thing that I always forget, and I'm embarrassed about it because it's my damn system, and yet I always forget it. On our data and on our this one doesn't have any of that already because it's just the inventories. There's no stats or stuff here. We're going to have to create all of that stuff in this one. Okay. This is going to be a pretty robust demo scene in the end. We're going to do tick. Oops. And in our void tick, we will call the active quests.tick. We don't need to call on the failed or completed ones, I don't think. So now we should get a warning saying we didn't get the warning. Why didn't we get the warning? Active quest tick. Initial setup, and then initial setup should do this if request repository is null. It didn't do that though. Hey. I don't know why it didn't do that. No, hey. Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter. It was just a helpful warning for people like me who forget sometimes to add the repositories. So I will now add the repositories to here. So that's going to be in my repository prefabs quest repository. And save the scene and press play. Now we shouldn't get that error. We should get other errors. Good. The method, oh, did I not? All right. To do, good. That's fine. I should remove that debug. Should the default values be true? The autocomplete in autofill? I think so. I think that is where I'm gonna have them default to. Did I do that? Oh, I can't remember now. Oh, I haven't exposed them in the editor here. All right. Before we get into that, let me just make sure that this is coming over as expected. No errors. That's good. And push the buttons is there. Okay. So we have the push the buttons here. Start time -1, active step 0, etc. Do we have game time here? We should add game time. If we don't have it. Okay. So we now have game time and I'm going to make a duplicate of this and we're going to call this quest player data. Because I don't want to mess up. Okay, quest party data. I don't want to mess up my other demos and have to deal with that. That's just a headache. So we're calling this quest party data. And we'll move this into the quest scripts, and then on our data here, party data, and then we will now, I'll just have to move these over. Can I copy and paste the copy component, paste component values? No, I can't. Okay. I was wondering if I could, and if it would try to be smart about it, but no. Ugh, I have to put all these items in there. All right, boring part of the stream. I apologize. Let me close these. Oops. Items for buttons. All right, long spear. Didn't I already add this? Maybe not. All right. I've got extra ones now. Why do I have extra ones? Chain armor. Helmet. Large shield. I don't know if the order matters. Leather armor. Then leather boots. Then element 9 is plate armor. And then small shield. Ugh. All right. And content, demo item, button group. Players is empty. All right. Let's hope everything doesn't break. There might be other things that break. Can I still move around? Can I still do this? Nope. God damn it. Well. Should have just made this derive from that, shouldn't I have? I should have done that, and I think I'll do it now and fix my mistake. Party data is just going to be data. And now I realize I made another mistake, and I may have just lost all my links. Oh, I didn't. Whew. Close one. Now does that work? There we go. All right, so that's the smarter way of doing it. Don't duplicate the script. Just yeah, there we go. All right. Oops. Everything's working. All right, perfect. Okay. Good. So now we have a quest party data that's different from the other one, so we can modify it and not be beholden to it. We'll say, note, this was made for the quest dialogue demo. Yes, and I think they're going to be the same demo. Thanks, Jeff, if you're still here. Glad you came. I appreciate you attending. the party. There's actually a lot of people here on a Friday night / Saturday morning for Jason Storey. So I'm surprised. What we are all losers who don't have anything to do on a Friday night? I thought I was the only one. Alright, why was I doing that to begin with? Can't remember. Quest party data comes from data. And quest party data, the reason why I needed that was, I'm going to move this over there because data doesn't need that, but quest party data does. And I got an error here, and we were doing the ticks. That's right, we were doing the ticks. Let's see, I'm gonna need whoops, to override update, and that means the it needs to be what? Nope. How do you override update? You gotta do, is it public abstract update? Is that no? Void virtual, and then okay, there we go. Public override void. I was missing the void. So we do the tick, active quest tick, a bug. What's the bug? Data does not contain definition for active quests. So because this is now going to be quest party data. I'm going to say party data. And then our quest giver, we need to make sure that gets relinked. Alright, we should be back to where we were before, but better. Better off. For active quest list, yes, active quest. Perfect, okay. We're good to continue on. So now, what happens when we get a quest? We need, this is maybe Jason, maybe this is where we talk about events. I'm not sure. Oh my gosh. You're crazy. Are you playing it on that tiny little... Like, are you playing it on your original Game Boy, or are you playing it on your tiny little handheld thing that is just going to ruin your eyes? I need to learn myself what the differences between abstract and virtual is, but not today. But I need to figure that out at some point. So we want to call back. We say, hey, you got a quest. Do I want to something? Ooh, you want to talk. Okay, let's do this. Let me bring up my Discord. Where's my Discord? There it is. Mid-Journey. Do you know I've spent almost $1,200 on Mid-Journey? I've turned on relax mode for now because I realize that when I'm actively using it, like I'm sitting in front of the computer using it and I'm pumping out images and trying out new things and new ideas and trying to see what works, trying to get consistency and all that stuff, then I want the fast mode on because it's slow otherwise. But I realize most of the time, once I find something that works, once I find a system that gives me consistency, it's really just on the side during the workday, and like every once in a while I'll look over and make 3 or 4 more images or something, and I don't need to be on fast mode then. So I've probably wasted money, and I haven't made even twice that back. So I've made money on it. I've not lost money, but man, holy $1,200. Anyways, where are we? We are in the Hangout voice channel. There you are. Hey, you got a new header image. Look at you, looking good. got your haircut styled, and am I not in here? Oh, I have to click that button. Can you hear me?
Hey.
It's working. All right, technology. So we are here with Mr. Jason Storey.
Howdy.
You can see because he's here. So Jason, I hope you're doing well. Are you doing well? It's been a while since I've talked to you.
It has been a while. Yeah, I've been a bit busy. Actually just got back from London last
London
week.
town.
So I was off on my 2 week holiday, so I'm only getting back into the swing of things now.
Oh, that's right. You did mention you were going on holiday, and I mentioned how like Europeans always go on holiday at the same time of year. I don't know why.
Well, I didn't make the choice. It was more of a business. Clients were already in London, and it's like, hey, well, they're there. So is a guy I work with all the time. Now's as good a time as any. So it was more kismet than anything else.
That makes sense. And for those listening, I know you can hear Jason, but he's probably a bit muffled or something. That's because the computer speaker is coming through the microphone. I haven't taken the time to figure out how to make that work yet the way it should work. So apologize for that, but it is what it is. So Jason, here,
Yeah.
let's talk about events. Because this is what I'm thinking. Let me lay out what I'm thinking. I think you know what I'm thinking, but
Mm-hmm.
the idea here is like whenever an event happens on a quest, it could be that you got the quest or the quest completed or it failed or a step completed. There needs to be some event that the developer who uses the system can then receive. Oh, that was completed, and then they do whatever it is they're going to do. Like in this demo scene, maybe I'll load up a little text bubble for 5 seconds saying quest granted, do this. Um, but maybe they're going to have to play sounds. Maybe they're going to have to do particle effects. Maybe they're going to have to, who knows what else, do stuff. So they need to get that event.
Yeah, and it's obviously like a lot of ways you can handle approaching that. I have my own personal preferences, but rather than just sort of say what I would do, I think it might make more sense for me to just sort of say, here's a few different ways people do it, and then you can decide what matches your particular use case.
Sounds good.
So the first thing is, I guess I like to use sort of real world metaphors for this because a lot of these solutions came out of sort of trying to solve a particular problem. So the first one, if you go all the way back to the basics, is we have a thing does stuff, and people want to know when the thing does stuff. That's about number one, regardless of what system we're talking about. Whether the kettle's boiled, or the enemy spawned waves, or the quest is completed, it's all the same thing, right? It's all conceptually something happened, and some script needs to tell some other people something happened, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The first version of this is called an observer pattern, and that basically means that a thing is observable. You can effectively say, this thing does stuff. I am curious when this thing does stuff. Let me know every time this thing does stuff. That was the original pattern that was designed, and then Microsoft added it to C# as a very explicit version of it called an event. So an event is just a fancy wrapped version of the observer pattern.
Oh.
And why is it the observer pattern? Well, basically, unlike other solutions, the unique feature about this one is it is a glorified list of people who care. So that is like basically saying, hey, I create. There's a TV show that I like to watch, and then if I want my friends to watch it with me, I might say, hey, all of you, give me your phone number, and then when the thing is on that we're going to go do, I will call all of you and tell you. So it is observable because I am observable. They are giving me a piece of information to say, hey, I care. I want to observe this scenario. When something happens, let me know. Like there's a party going on Wednesday. If it changes, let me know. There's an event that has occurred, something has changed, so let me know. And so effectively what you do is you give me, in this case, the list. Say each person, you register, you register, you register. And then I internally control my own world and go, oh, by the way, something's happened. Let me get my list. Let me tell everyone on the list. That is all an event is. So we will put an event in, but that's what the whole add listener means. It's basically listen to when changes happen, and then the me takes my list and says list.invoke or list.fire or whatever version of naming they're using, but it effectively boils down to launch the thing and tell all the people. So right down at the core, all an event is a list of people who want to know about a thing happening.
Okay.
Right? So that works, but there's one big caveat to this, which is listeners need to know who they're listening to. So in order for someone to know about my big party, whatever day I choose to have it, they need to know me, tap me on the shoulder, and give me their phone number. If they can't find me, or I can't have a list of all those people, I can't let them know. And the code version of this is somewhere you are going to have to say quest.addListener person, or in the case of like Unity and buttons, button.onClick.doThing. And if you don't know who's listening or why or where in advance, it can start to get pretty tedious, and then finding out what you're listening to and hooking up to can get a bit frustrating. So that is one solution, and it works really well for sort of what we call fire and forgets. It's kind of like when a buttons are a great example. On click, do thing. Just do a thing. I don't care what it is. Anybody who cares can listen. It's not my job beyond that point. Anybody who cares can listen to the event.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one version, but like I said, that the trade-off to that is you're leaving it. You're having to choose everything that's fired. So in your quest system, you're going to have to say quest changed, quest cancelled, quest failed, quest started. You have to make an explicit event for each one of them, and then each person's going to have to listen to each event and go through it and whatever, which works great for single events. But when you start getting into a quest manager, then all of a sudden you have to listen to all of your own quests to then aggregate them to then fire on the quest manager a quest completed, and it starts to get a bit muddy and like complicated, right?
Mm.
So that's one solution. The next solution is, before I get into the complicated what it is, let's take the case of a notice board. So rather than me saying, hey, only my friends who know me can go to my party, I can go to a public notice board and I can stick a note on the board and say, there is a party at this time at this location. Now, the interesting difference to this is I don't know who's listening to them, and they don't know me. There's now an intermediary thing between us, where I have a thing that I tell information to, which is the notice board. And I say notice board, add information, which is party at Wednesday, and then other people can like listen to the notice board and say, hey, let me know when a new thing has been published on the notice board. And I go, oh, party, cool. I care about this, I do not care about this. So that is what's called a mediator pattern. And that's effectively where you don't subscribe to a person, you subscribe to a core thing. Now, this is uniquely interesting for kind of quest-based systems because it means you don't have to have this direct one-to-one. Each person doesn't need to know about a quest system. You can have a quest thing, or called an event bus, like a single core mediator, and the quest system can fire into that and say, quest number 5 completed, 5 orcs killed, or quest number 7 completed, collected the 3 scrolls. And then those quests might have flags on them, like collection quest or murder quest or whatever you want. And then other people can listen to the notice board or this mediator, and they can say, let me know when any quest is completed, or let me know when a quest is completed and it's flagged as being a murder quest. And then another system might go, oh, actually, I'm a score calculator, and I want to give you 5 points every time you kill an orc under any circumstance. So listen to the quest notice board, and only listen to and tell me whenever a quest is completed that is flagged as a murder quest, and then I will check if the data associated with that equals orcs, and I'll increment your score. So even though the two systems, quote unquote, have never met, they get a lot of information to like pass back and forth because they're not talking to each other, they're using this quote unquote mediator.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2 options. Then a third option is, the problem with a mediator can be it can get too abstract. You can get into this weird territory where like 50 different things are happening at once, and all of a sudden you're like, I just want to know when the current quest is complete. And so now I'm like listening to every quest. I need to go, well, if a quest was completed last and it was something that's on, suddenly there's like, how do I detect exactly when it was just the most recent? It suddenly gets a bit muddy. So what you can do is, a third option is you can create something which knows about all the possible things that a quest can do. So to go back to our example of a phone book, or our original like list of people to call, that is where every single event is listed on the quest itself. So quest.onComplete, quest.onstarted, quest.onfinished step. You're broadcasting each thing that could possibly happen.
Mm-hmm.
An alternative is the other way around, where you make something which knows how to listen to quests. So it basically is it's an interface that would say, on quest completed, on quest started, on quest step changed. And then you would pass in what's called the strategy into the quest. And you would basically say, hey, this thing knows how to deal with quest-based events. And so the beauty from your perspective is your quest or your quest system can basically say, oh, you've given me like the quest events or the quest notifier, I will just call the right method at the right time. And what's really nice about this solution is if I've never seen your system before, I have absolutely nothing, I know nothing about your system. You could say, oh, let me do a Google search on the documentation for Infinity PBR and go, how do I find out what the hell a quest does? Like, how do I even do that? You say, well, make a class and call it I listen to quest events, and then implement I quest events. And if you implement that, it'll give you the nice, you must implement these functions.
Mm-hmm.
And you must implement on quest started, on quest ended, on quest step, whatever. And it tells you that these things will happen. And then last but not least, you would just say quest system dot set handler to this one. And suddenly that class will get called at all the right times, at all the right events. And there's no ambiguity about, oh, wait, what am I calling? Is it dot quest system dot quest dot quest? No, there's the thing called quest events. And as long as you make a quest events thing, you hand it to me, and then I will just populate it through the system. And I know I don't have to do anything complicated. I can just call these things. Now, the kind of end conclusion of all of this is my personal preference is to marry those last two. So I would say a quest fires off a very series of events. It fires off on quest started, on quest ended, on quest step change, whatever. But rather than having to make a public event thing, a public event thing, public event thing, you create an interface called on this, on this, on this, on this. Then you would pass that in as a like set handler to this thing. And then all the quest would fire off each of these methods. Then here's the interesting part. Then your quest manager that has a list of quests registers itself as a quest listener. So it passes itself into every quest it creates and says, I know how to handle quest-based events. And so now your quest system gets an event for on quest started, on quest ended, on quest whatever. And then you make one more, which is the same thing, only this is the mediator we talked about. And so the mediator is handed to the quest system, and he gets set an event every time a quest started, quest ended, quest whatever. And that way, you've got multiple kind of quote-unquote attack vectors for events. You can either take a quest and set a strategy that says, tell me specifically when this quest does stuff, or you can go to the quest system and say, let me know when anything quest-related has occurred at any stage. And that gives you freedom on both sides. Now, obviously, it gets more complicated that way, but there's your three cases to think about. You can either do fire off explicit events, you can set up some mediating thing in the middle that knows about all of the quest-based stuff, separates everything, but now you're kind of dealing in slight abstracts. Mm-hmm. Quest-5, quest-7, you're kind of trying to figure out what you're doing. Or the third option is to make it explicit. Quests can tell you about these kinds of events, and you have to handle all of them. But if you do that, you get a very clear contract as to what a quest can or can't tell you. And you just pass it to me, and I will make sure the appropriate methods are called.
Okay, so that fourth option. There's really four options. I kind of understand, but I think I've got the picture in my head that. And let me share my screen here. By the way, anyone who's watching, if you go to the Discord and go to the Hangout voice channel and you're polite, then you can listen real time. I'm gonna share my. What am I gonna share here? Share my screen. What am I going to share? I'm going to share...
And feel free to, like, if you want to type a question specifically, I know I'm kind of covering quite a lot here, and I'm just normally pretty good at catching me when I say something confusing, but if I've not covered something, feel free to say, what the hell do you mean by that?
Oh, I can't do that. I can't. Okay, I can do 30 frames per second, and I can do 720, so we're going to work with that. All right, so I'm sharing my screen now there. All right. And so, okay. So I have in this project a repository, which when you were talking, I was thinking, well, the quest repository is this thing that's supposed to live in every scene. In fact, I don't know. We should see.
Hang on a second. I think I'm still. Are you sharing in the Discord or just
in the Discord?
Thing.
I think I'm sharing in the Discord. Am I sharing in the Discord?
I'm not seeing it there. I'm only seeing the YouTube stream.
Oh, well, damn the man. Let's see. Share screen again. Screens. Screen 1. Go live. Is it?
Oh, like clicked on and off immediately. That's
yeah.
I guess maybe it doesn't like that.
I've done this before. I feel like I've done this before.
Well, we've definitely done that before, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's just the whole screen it doesn't like. Try once more. No. Okay. No, it didn't go well.
Yeah, well, I can live with this too. Just like once you bring it up, maybe leave it for a sec. Because we'll be talking about the design anyway, so I guess you can
Okay.
just leave it on the screen
I'm
for a
gonna
second while
try
we discuss.
one more thing. Unity.
Oh, there we go. That's
Yeah.
stuck.
I think it didn't like the full screen. Maybe it's the widescreen or something else. So now you can't see my scripting, but oh well. So I've got this. You have to refer to the YouTube stream for the scripts, I suppose. I have this repository, and the repository, which if we do look in the script, it does destroy. Don't destroy, unload. Don't destroy. It doesn't have a don't destroy, unload. Maybe I can add that, but I'm assuming that I am assuming that if I want to keep listening to things between scene loads, I need a don't destroy unload. Otherwise, I'd need to resubscribe to listeners, event listeners, or something. Um,
Yeah, my normal thing to that is if you have scripts do an on enable on disable subscribe, then
yeah.
anytime a new script is in a new scene, it'll automatically go, oh, I have now started, let me grab and subscribe to whatever. You can also put them on a scriptable object, like you can make a scriptable object have the interface and have the events on the scriptable object itself, and that way, yeah, the objects will then auto add and subtract themselves from the scriptable
Okay.
object as it changes scene.
Okay. So I've got this repository. And I was thinking this since this is already something that I'm telling people, hey, put this in your scene. It makes sense to perhaps put it on this prefab, whether
Mm-hmm.
not the same script, perhaps, but perhaps on the same prefab for a quest. I guess a message board of sorts. What was the term you used? The town board.
Oh yeah, yeah. I noticed boards just like
Notice
a.
board. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same for you, but if you go to like a gym or a shop, sometimes they have those little cork boards with like
If I
notices
go
people put
to
up
the
about
gym, oh my
gardener
gosh.
or yeah, just
You
notice
go to
boards.
the gym. Jeez. Oh, I remember college. Um, yeah. So yeah. So what I was thinking is that made sense to me. Like the idea that all right, all the quests would speak to the notice board, and you would be subscribing to the notice board, which would you know post the things. And if you wanted to listen to it, you could listen to the notice board. If you didn't, you didn't. But all the
Yeah,
quests would speak to the notice board.
exactly. Yeah, because what's cool about that is you end up getting to the thing where you can have multiple notice boards. You can have the quest notice board. You can just have a global notice board. There's all the things. Or maybe when you enter an area or a certain town, you have that town's notice board. So you can listen to that town's notice board. You can listen to like a global notice board, or you can have a faction notice board, and suddenly you can just add or subtract the different notice boards. It gives you a lot of flexibility because you just hand the notice board to the quest thing, and it sends to that particular notice board. You know.
I think in this concept, I wouldn't really be able to have that necessarily, at least not easily, um, because I think I would if I for that kind of functionality, I would isolate it to the types of quests. So like we have group quests, we have individual quests, and to
Oh yeah,
your
that makes sense.
you
Yeah.
know you could have demo
The
town
other part of the
quests.
just as a side note, it's kind of
Yeah.
not really traditional, but it's worth knowing. It's a kind of fun thing. Imagine I had like a RTS game where I've got a bunch of woodcutters, and I do the classic like click on a tree and say
Mm-hmm.
somebody do this, somebody cut down this tree.
Yeah.
What's cool is that you can either do the like I select 2 units and like send them to that tree, but the notice board concept is really cool because what you can do is you can publish a notice on the notice board that says somebody please cut down this tree, and not only can the notice board be like all of the idle villagers can listen and say oh let me know when a new job comes up, but the first guy who sees it can go oh I can do that, and then he takes it off the notice board.
Mm.
So now you've got this really nice system where you just publish jobs to the quest board, and guys will just go and take them and do them. And so you've got this really cool autonomous AI thing where you've got like 50 units, and you're just sending jobs, and whoever happens to be free at the time they're looking at the notice board will take the notice and go and do it. So it's the same structural system, this kind of mediator quest thing. It's the same concept as you would use for a RTS thing. And the third use case, which is very kind of weird but also similar, is if you had a chat room back in the ye old days, or even Discord, I guess is even a good example, you have a mediator, which is like the place where all the messages go, and you send messages to the channel. But you might send what was called a whisper back in the day, where you send a message to one person. And so all that is everyone is listening. Your machine and my machine, everyone's machine is listening to notices that go up on the notice board main chat room, and they all show up on everyone's screens. But if you send one and it's got a piece of information associated with it saying target user is X, then only you get sent that information. So, long story short, the exact same structural system, the mediator pattern, is the thing that drives chat rooms, RTS systems and quest style notice boards that we're doing here. It's exactly the same kind of structural pattern.
Okay. I think I want to play with that. I think I want to check that out and see if it works, and I can always change it later.
It's pretty simple to do as well. We can get a really quick version up
Yeah.
and running quite nice.
So I'm going to add a new script here. Actually, I'm going to add it in the right area, so I don't have to change it later.
Yeah, I'd recommend picking whatever language suits you because again, from a glossary perspective, like use either quest board or notice board or town quests or quests, so whatever makes sense for you. Have it be some linguistic thing that says this is the board where quests are posted or quest events are updated.
Okay, we'll say
quest notify
quest event board. Because then
Yeah,
you get the word event in there as well. And we'll put that on the quest. What? What just happened? Why can't I add it to quest? Can't add the script. The script class cannot be found. Well, that's different.
I'm a bit behind, so I haven't quite gotten to the area.
I'm trying to add it to the game object, but it is.
Is it implementing mono behavior? That's usually
It is. I just created it's a namespace Infinity PBR, which is good because I added that thing earlier.
That's because the class name is Quest Events and the class script is called Quest Event Board.
Oh, because I changed it. I changed it after
That's one of those annoying Unity specific things. The class must read the same name as the class name, the class and the methods.
Yeah, I usually will change it in Rider, and it will change the script.
Yeah, it does the reverse and changes the file.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do an override and a. Well, actually, we're not gonna. Let me do this right. I'm gonna find the repository and add it on the prefab. Event board. Okay, so that's now on the prefab. It's now on this prefab as well, and it's on it twice.
Cool. So again, I'm slightly behind, but basically, what's cool about this is structurally it's very, very simple. So all that a quest event board is we're not going to actually. So what we're going to do is we're going to have some class that we're going to call like quest event, and that's not a mono behavior. That's just a normal class, and then you will have a list of quest events on your quest event board. All you need is an add quest event, and that way, and that quest event will have the quest in it. So just to clarify, quest event has a quest in it, and then it gets in list of quest events on the quest event board. I think all of that is conceptually straightforward to start.
I may have been lost you because I was trying to share my Rider screen at the same time.
Actually, that never worked. It's been spinning two boxes the whole time. I haven't seen anything on your
really?
share anyway.
Dude, you don't see it now? You don't see it now either?
No, just two boxes just spinning at me.
Damn. Stream settings, change Windows report.
There's pre-reviewing reduced or no, it doesn't. It's nothing.
All right. So, well, this will be helpful for your brain to stretch to imagine what I'm typing. So I've got a quest event board, and I'm going to zoom in for Jack. And you were saying that there needs to be a quest event. Is that a separate class or what?
Yeah, so what I like to do is at the bottom of the quest event board, say underline, I think for you now it's 23, I would just have public class quest event, and it would be serializable, and I would just have a list of quest event in the quest event board.
Okay. Oops. System.serializable. And so in the board we have a public list quest event, and we'll call it quest events equals new list quest event. All right, so we got that.
Cool. And then I guess so the quest event will be the thing that we call it dispatch into the system, and that's the information that you care about for the rest of this thing. So I assume at a very base level it's going to be the ID or the quest object, whichever way you want to handle it, which are basically saying, hey, this quest has done this thing. So you might say, this quest has completed, this quest has started. So at a very basic level, I would probably keep it simple and just have a quest ID and then a status or a what's happened, effectively. So just a string for what happened and then the quest ID. So it would say, quest 5 completed, quest 5 started. basically you're trying to figure out what information you would need to send to the board to update other people. And I usually find the 3 things that I would need very basic, which is be the ID of the quest, the status of what happened, and then an object, which is a standard object, because that object can be anything. So that way you can then say, oh, the object I gave you was the list of enemies you killed, or the object I gave you was the number of coins you picked up. So those 3 give you enough flexibility to have kind of fairly generic amount of events sent.
Okay.
Does that make any sense at all?
Maybe. I'm sort of following you, and it might be too broad for what I'm thinking, but I'm gonna go with it and see where it leads.
Again, I simplify it. I just find just the idea of the quest, the status of what happens, just like, because at a very basic level, it'll just be the word started or stopped or whatever. But later on, you're going to get to like completed step 2 or whatever you want. But it just gives you, for now, if we can just listen to what's happening with the quests, we can then come back and we can make it more specific afterwards.
Okay, so I have a quest game ID, which is a concept I already have in the quest. That's a unique ID that each quest gets when you create. Each game quest gets when you create. So that's a unique for that specific object, quest object. And I've got a string for status and an object for object, which is just a vague
just
object.
Generic, good old generic object. I call it data normally, but whatever.
I'm using data in a different way, so I'm going to avoid that for now.
Sure, yeah. So that gives you enough to play with. And then one last thing I would do, actually, yeah, that's probably fine. So yeah, you have your list, you have your thing, and now you would have, you need a method on the quest event board that will effectively host or whatever an event. Again, the language here, you don't have to use a specific language. Normally it's called dispatching, but like use things that make linguistic sense for your system. There's a board, so maybe you post to a board or you notify a board, whatever you want to say, and you hand this whatever event has just occurred.
So this is the one thing that's going to be taking in from the quest system. So the quest is completed and the quest says, hey board, I finished.
Yeah, the quest itself will be having a reference to the board and saying, hey board, I just did an X. I just did a thing. Here's to let you know.
Okay, I'm going to call it event intake for now.
Sure.
Okay. And this is going to take in then the quest game ID, right?
Well, I would literally just take in a quest event for now. Just keep it simple. Because you obviously can simplify it later. Or make
oh,
it whatever,
yeah,
but
duh.
For now, it literally is just... honestly, it could just be the word add, right? Board.add quest event.
Yeah.
You're adding an event to the board for all
Yeah, all right. That makes sense. Okay. Yes, got that.
So that's the main portion of that. And then the next part is... So just to clarify the language of what we're doing. So there's a board. We now have an ability for quests to add events to the board. That's the step 1, sort of does the first bit that you need. Step 2 is some people care about quest-related stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to basically have a way of saying, hey, I care when quests do stuff. Let me know when things happen. So for that, we need an interface. Just like we have with the I have stats, we now need the equivalent of I care about quest stuff.
Okay.
Probably not that verbose, but the general idea of being a listener. Usually we call it listener, but again, whatever language makes sense to your game, it's effectively a thing that says quest event listener, or quest event responder, or quest event is curious about quest event, whatever you want to call it. It's a thing that says I care about quest event. So make an interface, have it with that, and have a method on it that just says receive and quest event. That's it. So it's an interface that says I care about quests with a method called receive and a quest event that receives.
Okay.
This is very interesting trying to guide code with like a 2-minute lag on it.
Is it 2 minutes? I always wonder. I know it's pretty laggy, but yeah. So I've got an interface. I follow quests and one line here: void receive.
Exactly, and that receive is going to take in the brackets a quest event.
Okay. All right. I always spell questet because my fingers move at the wrong speed.
But you don't pronounce it croissant.
All right, quest event. All right.
Cool. And now, very similar to the add quest event, you're going to also want to add listener or add follower. I guess it makes sense in this language. And so you now have a second list on your quest event board, which is a list of followers or I follow quests. And then you would subsequently do the same thing: add follower to the list follower. This also need to remove. This is basically saying subscribe me to the board and unsubscribe me from the board.
Okay.
So list of I follow quests, and then either subscribe and unsubscribe, or a add follower, remove follower.
We'll do subscribe and unsubscribe. I think when it comes to events, that's like the common words that.
Yeah, it's the usual go-to.
Yeah. And it's either that or listen. Public void unsubscribe. I follow quests follower, and we'll just use follower up here too, and then we'll say followers dot add follower, and then followers dot remove follower, and I'll spell things correctly for the most part. All right, so we have a subscribe now and an unsubscribe that takes in an I follow quest follower, and that is added or removed from the I follow quest list.
Yeah, and so now you need to make a method for yourself called, so this is a private one on the quest event board, just called notify. And all notify is going to do is take in a quest event and then say for each follower, follower.receive quest event. So you basically say, given this event, notify all the current people following that it just happened.
Okay, we're going to do that. For each follower, we will say follower dot, I almost spelled flower, follower dot receive and quest event. All right.
Cool.
There you go.
So this is where we're going to get a little bit quirky, but there's multiple ways to do this. But I'm gonna err on the side of slightly more complicated to make your life easier later.
I like that.
Which is you could not have a list of quests at all. You could just say whenever one is received, just tell everybody at the moment, and we're good, and then don't bother storing a list of them. But the reason you store a list of them is you can end up getting into a weird scenario later where quest events are firing at such a pace that you don't really want to be like freezing things waiting for this list to be constantly spammed. So the usual smart approach is to avoid a locking issue, is where you have a list of quests that have come in or events that have come in, and then you have an update loop on your event board that just checks, oh, is there another event that's come in? Okay, let everyone know, and then remove it from that list. So you're effectively having a process going on that's just like kind of like a stack of papers that come in to do work on, and then each one is taken off the list and handed to everybody for their work.
Yeah.
So it's technically not necessary in all cases, but like as stuff gets more complicated, you'll end up with this weird scenario later on where stuff might freeze or get locked or whatever. So just having it as a two-step process now will make your life easier later.
So essentially that means like it can take in 30 events at once, but it's only going to spit out one per frame.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be one per frame. It'll take as many as it can within that update loop, but it's in a sensible way. But it gives you the freedom that if you did want to manage that per frame, you could. So, effectively, all we do to do that is instead of being a list of quest events, we're actually going to have a stack of quest events.
Oh.
So just change the word list to stack. Now, the only difference is list is like just a linear sequence of things. A stack is like a literal stack of papers. And so you put stuff on a stack, and instead of adding, you push onto a stack. So just the word add is now push instead. Okay. But other than that, it's exactly the same. But there's a unique difference, which is unlike lists, where it's actually quite difficult to remove an element, you have to like basically reshuffle all of the things. Like if I had a whole list of papers on the desk and I took one from the middle, I would have to like nudge all the other papers to make everything line back up neatly again. If I had a stack of papers and someone added new ones on top, if I wanted to remove the most recent one, I would just take it from the top. And there's something called a queue, which is the exact opposite, which is they call it FIFO or LIFO, first in, first out, or last in, first out.
I have heard that.
Yeah. So basically, all that is now a nice way for us to say there's a stack of things that we're pushing things onto, and we want to deal with them. So the last part of this step is to do an update loop. And what the update loop is going to do is check if the length of the stack is greater than 0. So is there anything on the stack? If there is, you're going to pop off the last quest item and then notify everyone about it. And that'll basically remove it from the stack, tell everyone, and then stack's now empty. So update, if stack.length is greater than 0, then you're just going to say notify stack.pop. Pop is the reverse of push. It says take off the stack.
Okay, so it's looking for count, not length. Turns out.
Oh yeah, it's cool. Yeah, sorry, I always get the length is the list one, count is the other one.
So we're gonna say quest events.pop.
Yeah, pop.
And what does that do? That takes the first one that was put in, so the lowest one.
Yeah. So there's two words. There's peek and pop. Peek basically says look at the thing on the. So again, imagine a stack of papers or a stack of plates.
Yeah.
And it basically says, peek says, look at the top one, but leave it where it is. And pop says, look at it and take it. That way, there's now, the next one won't be that one. It is now gone. So it's like a nice two-step process. It says, you can just pop it off the stack, and then you can do something with it.
Okay.
In this case, you can either store it as a variable, or because we're just going to notify anyway, you can literally just say, notify, round brackets, quest event.pop. It'll basically take the event, hand it to notify, and then throw it away.
Okay.
And that way it'll just do it effectively. And what's cool is because if there's one on the stack and you take it off, and then the next time it comes around the update loop, there's nothing on the stack, it won't do anything. So it's a nice self-handling thing.
Okay. I've got that. Notify quest events.pop.
Yes.
Perfect.
And that's basically everything. So all you have to do now is hand the quest event board to whatever's doing the quest stuff, and then tell the quests to add to that thing whenever there's a new quest. And subsequently, we'll do the same thing on the other side. We'll have somebody who cares. We'll have a test listener of some kind and let them know whenever quest event stuff happens. So whichever way you want to tackle that first. Do you want to make listeners, or do you want to make the events fire?
Let's make the events fire, because we got on our game quest, we have repository already here.
Cool.
And so, digital quest repository. So the quest repository, I can add to quest repository, since everything's going to be already following quest repository.
That's
so,
as long as whatever your events are, I don't know what your setup is for your quest started or quest ended or whatever events you want to fire, or quest added even. You can even just have say added quest to the repository if you wanted.
Well, let me tell you why I was thinking, because I don't know if I understood correctly. I may not have understood correctly. So I've got the quest repository class, which really is just my connection between the scriptable objects and the game, so that the game can, get the scriptable objects easily. I was thinking, since this script is on the same object, and maybe this is doing it wrong here, but the quest event board is on the same object as the quest repository. The object quest repository has the quest repository script. So I was thinking that the quest repository, which is game quests already link into that, could.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you. So I would say yes.
Okay.
Give this a reference to it. But then what the next step would be is that when you create your quests, you want to hand a reference to the board to the quest. So the quest knows who can tell when things have happened.
Okay. So quest event board, and on where do we do this? I guess it's going to be on awake here. We'll just say quest event board equals quest get component quest event board, just to make it sure it happens. All right, so we've got a reference to that, and then on my game quest here, I could create, I believe, a property that is public game quest, or what do I call it? Quest event board. Quest event board is going to be the quest repository.
Does the quests themselves have a reference to the repository they're part of?
Yes. Well, they're all, the repository is just all quests live there. Like, it's just a reference. The repository itself is just a reference to all the quests, and then the game quest script will, automatically check various values that are on the scriptable
so it's
object.
doing the checks. Gotcha. Okay. So as long as it's the thing that does the checks, that's
yes.
entirely fine.
Yeah.
But so in that case, here's where we'll do the little the next bit.
Okay. Let me get this properly made. I'm not sure why. Oh, I know. Quest event board.
Well, I don't even really need to make a public property, because for this case, all of the events will be fired by the board. It doesn't need to be public beyond this point, right?
But don't I need to push the events to it?
Yeah, but this will do it, right? This script itself will be the thing pushing to the board.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Maybe are we saying the same thing or different things?
I think so. But again, it's slightly hard to tell.
All right. So I do either way. I have a reference to the quest event board now in my game quests. The thing that will be doing the pushing of events.
So I guess what we'll do here is we'll make a private method here just called fire event, just something nice and simple like that. And fire event will take. For now, we'll just pass in the two. Forget about the empty object field for now. I'll show you why that's interesting later. But for now, we just have a good old-fashioned method called fire event, and it will take in a quest and a string.
Okay. Let me do that. I'm going to do that here. So public void fire event, and it's going to take in. What'd you say?
The first parameter will be the quest, and the second parameter will just be a string called status. I guess keep it simple.
Yes. All right. So then we're going to say quest event board dot. This is just going to add to the quest event board, right? To that stack.
Yeah, literally, it'll just be adding a new quest event, and then that new quest event will take in its quest and ID and all the stuff that it needs.
Okay.
So you're just going to wrap those values in. You're going to say, again, slightly behind, but I guess basically it'll be quest event board dot, I think we call it dispatch, new quest event, and then curly brackets, ID equals game quest.id, and then the string will be the status.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Can we see an object? Okay.
Oh, wait, no, there's one thing. I noticed you're talking directly to the quest events. You don't need to, we made a thing for this already.
Oh, we did. Did we?
Just on the board itself, you can just directly say dispatch.
Oh, add. Yeah.
Or add, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
That's one thing, just generally bad habit, try not to do it. Try not to talk to a list inside of a thing. Every time you've got that, always give it a .add, .make, whatever, and internally it does the list stuff. That's one thing that will, over time, start to bite you in the ass with project stuff.
Okay, makes sense. Not assignable.
Oh, it's not that dot quest event. It should be quest event board .add.
Yes. You're one step behind me.
I probably am. Yeah.
But it's another. I have to do the new quest event here. Whoops. Gotcha. New quest event and pass in the game quest dot game UID, the status, and the game quest itself. Now I think I have to do this as I have to specify this as game quest or something like that for the object. Is that right?
You shouldn't have to. I guess the object that you've got in that thing, make sure it's lowercase o for object. You might have as uppercase, which you define as Unity object, which you don't need. That's probably where the error is. So where you define the object, just make sure it's lowercase o.
Okay, and let me go back here. It's saying, let's see if the error goes away. Constructor quest event has 0 parameters, but it's invoked with 3.
So you're doing it as a constructor when you don't have a constructor. You only have 3 properties. So you have to
oh,
use round brackets,
yes, I didn't.
New quest event, curly brackets, and then do the 3 parameters. Or make it constructor, one or the other.
Yeah.
I actually do it a different way. I use called the factory method. I don't know if that might be a bit derailing to do it that way.
What is that way? I'm down to learn something.
Okay, so basically the problem you got here is you want to have a new quest event, and the traditional way to do it is either new quest event curly brackets all the values, or new quest event round brackets the values. But that can get a bit confusing. So what I have to do is have a dedicated static function on the quest event just called create. So you can say quest event.create ABC. And the reason you do this is you can have different kinds of creates. So you can have a create which takes in a quest, a create which takes in a quest, a game ID, and it's a much clearer way of dealing with it. So long story short, inside quest event itself, just do a public static quest event, and
public
that will do the bit that creates it. So
public static quest event, and
and it's going to be called create, and then for simplicity in round brackets, we'll take in a quest. Whatever game quest you call it.
Game quest.
Yeah, take in game quest, and then second parameter just take in
status.
String status.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. So inside of here, we're going to say return new, and then you can just say return new round brackets and then curly brackets.
And then, do I have to specify quest event?
You shouldn't have to, no. But again,
that's fine.
I'm not exactly sure where you are.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll see what happens. We'll see if I figure it out. Status, and then the game quest itself. and it did not work. Round then curly, you say. Return new
Yeah.
round then tuple must contain.
Round and then outside curly. So it's basically new. Actually, no. If you do a new quest event, round and then curly. After that, it'll actually tell you don't need it. It'll basically writer will offer to clean it up afterwards. Um, oh yeah. So inside the this is
You're
not letting me
behind.
write
Yeah,
notes.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You can talk me through it because I'm still stuck. So
Okay, so return new space quest event, and then open and close round brackets.
yep.
Then outside of that, all the way to the right, next, open a curly
Ah,
bracket.
outside of that. Okay.
Yeah, and then close that curly bracket. So it'll say return new quest event, open close round, and then open close curly. And then inside the curly, we're now going to have to basically map values to values. So inside of those curlies, quest event ID equals game quest dot quest event ID, and then a comma, and then status equals status, and then a comma, and then object equals game quest.
Okay.
And no semicolons any of those, because that's another common thing that throws an exception. And then one semicolon at the end of the closing curly bracket.
All right. Got it. No errors.
Cool. And now, if you go up a line, it should offer to do a switch to method body thing with the arrows. You don't need the full curly brackets, expression body member. And then, if I'm right, the word quest event should now be grayed out, and it should say you don't need that either.
Let's see. It just wants. It just says the. Create is grayed out. Is that correct?
No, because that's just saying it's not used.
Oh yes. Then only the round brackets are grayed out.
Okay, you can remove those then. Interesting. It's slightly different than what I was expecting to give you, but
Yeah.
either way, we've now got a nice, clean method to do it. So if you now want to create a quest, what's very nice is if you now go back to our the other script we're on, you could now just say quest event.create and then pass in the quest and then a comma and then whatever message you want to send. Okay. So in this case, it would be so do that in our fire event function, and then we can start actually firing events.
Okay, querying for a status. All right. You'll see me make a few mistakes, and now I'm done not making mistakes.
Cool, yeah. So I'm thinking about the mistakes now, but I'm guessing you've probably now ended up with quest event board.add,
yes.
Quest event.create, and then the two things.
Yes, and I actually have my own YouTube up, so I can actually see where I am too. Interesting.
Okay. I would even go recommend one step further.
Sure.
I would put that line into the quest event board, so you have a nice friendly. You can just say quest event board.add.
Yeah.
A quest construct.
In my error, that's why I was that's why I was trying to do in my head. I was like, well, I should just do add, and at game quest and status, and then this part would be handled by the board, the creating part. So public void add game quest and string status, and it would do add that.
Nice, cool. So now that we have that, I'm seeing it's red. Is that I don't know if you
cannot access a static member. Make add static. Is that correct?
No. Shouldn't need to be.
Is it because create is static?
Oh, it's because they're called quest event board. It's quest events here. Not quest event board, I think. No, wait, I'm behind. So
no, I was calling the class, not the reference to the class. Or
right, that'll be it, yeah.
And I spelled this wrong, so let me quickly...
Board.
Board. I'm glad they have this spell check, and it saved me so many times.
Pretty good. Yeah. It's quite nice.
Technology, huh? Who knew?
So, we now have a thing called fire event, which takes in the quest and then the event you want to fire, which is quite nice. So now, it's basically entirely up to you how verbose you want to get. The beauty about our quest board is you can do what are called topics, which basically means err on the side of sending too many events, and then you can always filter the ones you care about and have people, later on, the listener can say, tell me what I care about, and then
Yeah.
the listeners will only get the ones it cares about. So the beauty of a board, unlike a normal event style thing, is you kind of don't want to over encumber the person using your system with quest started, quest kind of started, quest pre-started. That gets a bit tedious. But in a quest notice board, hey, you can notice as many things as you like, and then only listen to the ones you care about. So anytime something quote unquote interesting quest related occurs, just fire an event on the board.
Makes
Quest
sense.
ended phase, quest started phase, quest, status update, quest started, quest ended. And all it is just say fire event, pass in the quest, comma, and just write a little string that says started, ended, finished, step 1 of 5, whatever you want to do. There's as many ones as you want just now as a test, and you can always refine them later.
Okay, well, let's do the add because we're already adding something. So in my game quest add here, we're adding a list, and we do that. We've got the new object is the last one. All right, and we've set the owner, blah, blah, blah. We're returning the new object, and right before that, we will say fire event, new object, and status is going to be quest started.
Cool.
Now, I suppose, do I also want to add the owner if there is one?
Well, you've handed it the quest object. I assume the quest object.
That's correct. It does. It does. It does.
Yeah, so you can always find a way to get that back out there.
Yes. Good point. All right, so quest started. And now we need a sort of a follower, a listener to.
We'll give it. I would say to get the most out of this, you want to at least fire 3 different kinds of events. So if there's like because I noticed you had your flag for like completed or changed.
We don't.
Whenever that changes.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to change those yet. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Does anything else happen with the quest presently?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, that's fine. So, but so we'll do that bit later. So now, you have that. Now, I guess the simple example would just be, let's just do a generic logger thing. So you can get more fancy with it later, unless there is something specifically you want to listen to, like a scoreboard, a notice board, or.
I kind of just want to.
I
don't really. I'm not gonna go that crazy. I think I might make it more of a UI in the game itself.
Yeah. You can just have a nice little thing list when you request.
But I think for now, just a debug log is sufficient. To say that we are listening and prove it by writing it to the console.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess make some script, whatever you want to call it, for that. Have it take in the board and have it implement your board listening thing.
Okay. So we're gonna create an empty object. We're gonna quest listener or follower. And this is going to be our proxy for, say, your UI system or your other system or your whatever it might be system. And on this, we're going to create a script. I'm going to call this script. I bet you can guess what I'm going to call it.
Quest listener.
Quest follower, the same as the object. That's okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, and then I'm going to move it to the wrong folder. And then I'm going to have to move it back to the right folder. And then I'm going to, once that's done, then I'm going to move it onto the object here. And we're going to load it up.
It's genuinely very helpful that you're dictating, because I'm getting a sense of where you are. So.
Yes. Yeah.
So for this one, all you need to do is have your field reference to the board, and then do an on enable and on disable, and then in on enable, you follow, and on disable, you
And it has to have I follow quest as well, is that correct?
It does, yes. In order to be... So basically what you do is you have it be an I follow quest, and then in on enable, you would say board.add this.
So should I add, then in the interface, should I add void on enable and void on disable just to force?
No.
No?
No, well, the way you'd really do that is you make a base class called like example follower or like base follower, and you have other people follow, like implement your base follower, and they automatically have all that done for you. So it makes it easier for them to not think about how to do it. But for now, this is your test example. You can just do an on enable, on disable, and then have a subscribe and unsubscribe, or again whatever you call it.
So public void
so
on enable, and guys, private is void on disable.
Because in general, you want interfaces to only have stuff it mandatorily needs, and like there's nothing really mandatory about the enabling and disable. It's more because you might have something that's not fired on enable and disable, right? You might have a like, a listener that only adds itself once, or a listener that adds itself briefly for a certain thing. There's lots of reasons you want to do that. So.
Sounds like I should refactor then my other interfaces. And that could be why when Jason Wyman was looking at my interfaces, he made a comment about, oh, that's a lot of methods.
Yeah, probably. There's something specifically called the interface segregation principle, which basically says you're better off having 4 interfaces. One that's like, I add stuff, I remove stuff, I take damage, I get healed. Because then you can have things like crates, which get damaged but can't get healed. Or you can have things like
yes.
a magic well, which can have healing properties done to it, but you can't damage it or whatever. So you have a lot more freedom if you don't like enforce it. Otherwise, you're kind of tying a concept to somebody. It's like, oh, you want to make this thing be a weapon? Well, in my game so far, all weapons have batteries. Now you must implement batteries. Like, I don't want this weapon to have a battery. I want it to be a wooden weapon. So, well, tough. I've decreed on my interface that all weapons must have batteries, and now you're stuck dealing with that consequence. So the less stuff on an interface, the less you're sort of enforcing on others. And if you wanted to just say, hey, my system cares about listening to Quest, it's like, cool, well, make it unenabled. I don't want it unenabled. I don't need that for anything. I'm going to just listen in a way it can be done with it.
Yeah.
So, well, now you're suddenly forcing them to do it, right?
Yeah. And and I think for my system here, what you said earlier about having a base follower, a base whatever, and then people would override that if they so choose.
And what the beauty of that too is you can make it abstract, and then it'll still give you the enforced, like, oh, you must implement this, but it'll only give you the enforced, you must listen to receive, and it'll automatically do the on-enable and disable subscription for you.
Yeah.
So basically for this, you need to give yourself a nice serialized field of type board, and then call subscribe and unsubscribe in the enable and disable.
Okay. All right. So this is a reference to the board.
Yes. Oh, also this will have to be on a behavior, I think, because you're probably putting it on the object, aren't you?
Oh yes.
So this is on a behavior, comma, I follow quest.
Okay. So I guess that means I need a reference to my repository to do the same.
No.
No?
That's the beauty of it. The repository listens to the board, and then you send stuff to the board. The beauty of the separation is you don't need to talk to the thing at all, right? Because the board is talked to by both.
So what am I putting? What's my reference? What am I doing up here then?
All you're referencing to is that specific board.
So the quest event board.
Yes. So again, think like notice board. It's basically saying, this is a notice board with which I am listening to. And completely unrelated, unbeknownst to you, there's a quest repository which is posting things to that board. It may or may not, that's no information to you. It's so the 2 unrelated topics that just happen to overlap, you know?
Yeah, how do I get the board into this variable? How do I assign it?
I just use serialized field and drag it in, right? Because it is a...
So that's where I was thinking I want the repository, and I'll tell you why, and you can tell me if you think I'm batshit cray-cray. But I want the repository because then I can say that on awake, I can just assign this automatically. Quest event equals quest repository dot quest event board. That way I don't have to worry about folks having to assign it.
I have to wait till I see it because
I know it's
really
coming. It's coming.
So I will say in general, again, you want to keep a limited amount of information passed back and forth. And if you think about it, again, I follow quests. All I care about is a board with which quests happen.
Yeah.
I actually know nothing about the concept of a quest repository.
No, exactly. So I think the concept of the quest repository here is really the quest repository is holding a reference to the event board that every other script can get from it. Similar to how the quest repository is holding references to all of the quest scriptable objects, and all the other scripts go to the repository to say, hey, I need that scriptable object, please get it for me. Or you hold all those scriptable objects, let me grab it. And so since this scene already has to have the repository, I figured adding the event board to that object, the repository object, made sense because they both have to be in there. And it's just one less thing.
The problem is, like, whenever you say they must or they both have, they have to, the problem is there's a lot of baked implications there, and you really want to limit the amount of enforcements you're doing on that. So at a very, very basic level, like for example, what if there's multiple people posting to that board? So right now, it's Quest repository is the only one who cares about the board, but maybe you've got something like Quest bonuses, like when you do a certain thing unrelated to the Quest repository, some other system where, like, imagine you've got like a, I don't know, you add a real life currency thing where if you play the game for 4 days in a row, you get a bonus that whatever quest you're on gets made 10% simpler, or whatever quest you're on, you get one free. Like you're supposed to collect 10 chickens, you only get you only collect 5 now or something. But if you want to do something that affects the quest system, but you don't want to do it via the quest repository, the beauty of a quest board is you can dispatch stuff to the board that's got nothing to do with the repository. It's like another, it's just a thing.
Yeah.
So long story short, anybody else, all they care about is there's a board, it tells me when quest stuff happens. And different people can talk to that board. The quest repository is one of those people, but there might be other people. But if you make your follower talk to the quest repository, it is now implicitly getting it, oh, therefore there's only the repository talking to the board. So there's like, it may seem subtle, but it'll end up tying you up later in this sort of like implicit. The thing I use it for as an example is like going to a restaurant and sort of like when you give someone food, you don't open their mouth, take out their tongue, and put the food on it. You give them the food and they do whatever they want to do with it. So you want to minimize the amount of information. Like you may factually know it's going to go into their mouth, but that doesn't mean you should be the one putting it there, right? Like, it should be fundamentally all you care about is the bit that you care about. And so, long story short, the specific thing is the relationship between I follow quests and quest happening is just you and a board. There's no other information involved in that relationship, and until something is mandatorily requiring that to change, you should probably keep it that simple. You know?
Okay. Then I'm going to change this. I started changing it already while you were talking, and so instead I'm going to whoops. Ryder's been doing this weird thing where it just goes crazy.
I see what you're saying. You're not putting the repository into the board.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, that would work.
That way we don't have to worry about because I think I was just looking at differently than you, and that was causing confusion, and if it's causing confusion with us, it's going to cause confusion with others. So in this case we need I guess we might not need the event.
If you think about it, like even the average consumer of your utilities here, someone's going to say, oh, you want this in quests? Well, here's the board where quests happen. It's like, no, you need this in the repository. It's like, what's that got to do with, but you know what I mean? Like that doesn't conceptually track as easily anyway, so.
Yeah. And I think I've hung up Unity as well. But that's okay. So quest event board is just quest event board now. So we don't need this at all. And game quest has quest repository is now just going to be quest event board, but we actually don't need that at all either. And then I need to restart Unity because I destroyed it with my mad skills.
How are you feeling about this whole? Again, I'm always worried if it's just me like driving and not really making sense. Or
no,
actually, like,
this one's making sense. This one's making sense. I think I know where we're going with it.
Cool.
Yeah, and I swear I saved earlier in order to make sure this didn't happen, but apparently it didn't actually save.
I highly recommend. I don't know if you know Taro Dev's channel.
No.
He's a good mate of mine. He's another fellow YouTuber. He's actually made a video recently where he has a automatic save script. You just drop it in your project, and you can set an interval, and it'll just save Unity for you on a tick interval. You never think about it again.
Yeah, I did that. I swear I did that purposely earlier. I changed this to do 16 by 9 and everything, and I went up here and said save project, and apparently it still didn't save all my layout, but whatever. All right, we're back in business here. Oh, what did I just do? I think I just moved a whole... Yeah, I moved this entire thing into temp instead of Infinity PBR. Okay. Once I accidentally did that on a stream, and it was full of images, and suddenly I had to wait an hour for it to finish moving things, so the stream was over. I was like, that's it. I'm going away for an hour, so yeah. All right, so we are, I believe, back in business here, where we have our... so now, instead of a quest repository object, I'm going to create a quest event board object, and it's just going to... So we're going to say quest event board, and we're going to put this up here. We're going to...
And thankfully, this line is going to be very nice and obvious, which is inside on enable. It's just going to be board dot... I think it's subscribe this. and unsubscribe this.
Okay, let me put this in the right spot here. Repository prefab. So I'm going to keep that there because that's similar to the repositories. Okay, so now we have our board, no errors, and our follower is going to say on enable. What is it going to say? Subscribe? Board does.
Subscribe this, and then unsubscribe this, or whatever your subscription methods were called.
Okay, so quest event board dot subscribe. This.
Literally lowercase the word this, because it is this thing.
Yeah.
Subscribing.
And then this is going to be unsubscribe this. All right. Done.
So. And so now that method in the middle, the receive.
Yep.
Or not in the middle for you, but that one is going to be the thing that's called. So now you can basically just print a nice message and say, quest with ID whatever has said whatever. And this is where you normally, like as a really dirty version of this, you would just do a standard if. So you'd say if status equals added, or whatever you called it, then quest has started. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Okay.
It's not the real right way to do it, but it's a very quick test. You basically filter on that status keyword and then write out whatever it is you care about.
Yeah, I think the type is a built-in concept with the quests, where like as whatever folder they're in is the type of them. So if we look at push the buttons, we see the type is demo group quests, so it might just be group quests, and so maybe I only want to listen to group quests for this purpose, and another thing listens to player
so
quests.
What you do is the line above that, if you wanted to, you could say var quest equals the quest event object as quest event, and then you can say if that. Now you can query the data on that quest event object.
Yeah. What did I call quest event dot game quest? That's right. Or just object.
In fact, we should probably make that explicit because there's a better way to do that. We'll come back to that in a second once it works.
Shoot, what am I doing here? Quest event. Let me go back here. We're gonna make this game quest. Yeah, we can add that for now. All right, and then follower quest event dot game quest dot. Why do I not have?
So a fun way to do that is to say quest event dot object space is quest event space queue. And that way it'll basically cast it to that object type and let you access it.
I didn't follow that. What? Quest event.
So let's just simplify one thing here because it's a little bit confusing. Yeah. Go to quest event.
Okay.
The class.
To the quest event. Where did I put it? Quest event. Got it.
Yeah, and so what we'll do is we'll just explicitly make an object. So leave object as is, as lowercase object.
Okay.
And rename it back to like object or data, and then make a second thing called public game quest. So that basically add another parameter to our quest event object. It's like literally just the quest that it's part of.
So public game quest.
Yeah, quest.
Game quest.
Because you kind of want to leave that object as just object. Again, it doesn't make sense yet. We haven't really covered what it's for, but just having generic object is very, very handy later. Kind of an example later would be like killed enemies, and so killed enemies would let you say cast that object list to list of type enemy, and then querying get extra info about the enemies you killed. Right. So having that generic list of objects lets you set with an event fund additional data that might be useful for whoever's listening, and you don't have to make a new quest event for every possible scenario thing that can happen. So having a generic object is very, very useful for like contextual information.
I'll allow it. We'll see if I use it in the end, but yeah, that makes sense. But
you don't use it. Think for people who are using your system because they're sending the events. They might want to send an event from their own quest that says, spoke to wizard, and then pass in the wizard object, and then on the other end they want to get out their wizard to deal with the on response of when spoke to wizard do X. So giving them the freedom to send data in one end of a quest and come out other end lets it be more useful to whoever's consuming your code.
Yeah, that makes sense. So how do I...
Rather than that, so basically what you want to do is, the way I would do this is, so don't set it to an object there at all. So for that version of the create, just leave it without assigning the OBJ.
Okay.
So in this case, game quest equals game quest, obj isn't set at all, and then just copy the create twice, and then in the second create add a second parameter, comma object obj, and obj equals obj. So there should be two creates, one which just sets the game quest to game quest, and one which sets the game quest to game quest and sets object to object.
Okay, I'm having I've got it's having a bug on the object as game quest.
Well, yeah, that's literally just game quest. So game quest equals game quest because you don't have the game quest. You don't need to do a cast with object at all.
Oh, I see. And the other one we are doing. So in one we're just doing one without
after status. You're going to add comma object object and then passing object object.
I'm confused on that. What?
So you've got two now with identical contracts. One,
yes.
They both take in a game quest and a status.
Yeah.
The second one is going to take in a game quest, a status, and a object obj, and then you're just going to assign obj to obj.
I see.
Okay, you probably won't use that one right now, but that second obj equals obj is sort of like the catch-all for other people to play with.
Okay.
Which I think you will use later. Once I explain what it does later, but for now it's
You're confused. All right. I'll add that note there for people to ask Jason Storey if you're confused.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's called viral marketing.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Now my follower here.
Yeah. So now that works, hopefully, you can now go back to where you're doing your handler. Now you can like expressly talk to that game quest, and if you want to get like game quest.type, you can do that.
Equals demo group quest. So we're going to say if it doesn't equal that, then return. All right. So now this should only run it's a group quest. And so we'll say group quest was received. All right. Let me just press play and see what happens. And now this script does have a bunch of other debug logs with the inventory. So we're going to have to find it here.
You listened to me way back when about the logs. You wouldn't have. I could have told you to toggle them all off in groups, and you wouldn't have the big messy.
There might be a toggle. There might be a toggle on these actually. I don't know. There might be or might not be group. It did not get fired. Let me just check to see if it actually got added. Where's my?
But you can only see by that filtering, right, how already it's powerful enough that on one end you're like arbitrarily listening to all quest events, but you can choose to filter only ones you care about, right? You can see how that can get more powerful later when it's like only listen to quest events and only listen to ones that are group, and only listen to ones that are group and targeting groups of greater than 3 people. You can do some really fun, unique stuff with that.
Yes. I think, yeah, unfortunately with that crash, I have to redo this boring step. Can I copy? I can't. I don't think I can copy paste the. No, I can't paste it. So I have to redo this boring step because the crash removed my updates here. So, yes, because it's funny. Every once in a while, during a stream, I'll do a boring step, and I'll even say, "This is boring. I apologize," and then I'll watch the viewer count go down, down. I'm like, "Oh shit." It is boring. The last stream I did was a very boring one. I was in a some board where I was mapping out my thoughts about the system, and people were just not having it. I had like one follower the whole night who stuck around. Everything else was like up to 3, then they would drop out because I was not actually coding anything, and I was just
thinking. The other thing too is like, have you heard the phrase priming before?
I've heard the phrase, but of context perhaps not. What's the context?
So what's interesting about that is, well, you're not wrong that obviously certain things are more or less boring. There is something to be said for setting an expectation that then primes your audience to a certain reaction. So a classic example of this is they've kind of done studies where when a character in a video game says, like, you know, you're sent on a mission and it's a fetch quest, and then like they try to be cute and have the character in the game go, "Oh, okay, I'll go get this thing for you." What you've done is you've told the player that the character thinks they're about to do something boring, which primes the player to feel like, "Oh, this is going to be boring."
So I shouldn't tell people, "Hey, this is about to be boring."
Exactly, right? Because if you do that, you're making them say they don't know how they should respond. You told them, oh, it's going to be boring. Cool. Okay, I'll leave then. But if you
Yeah.
say nothing, you can let them come to a conclusion, which might actually be different than your own.
Yeah, or I could be opposite and be like, oh, well, let me talk about Unity's issues.
Yeah,
And,
right.
yeah.
Get fun. Here it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
The more literal example of this is there was a car experiment. I think probably talked about this one before because it's really fascinating. They had, I think, it's like 100 people watch a video of two cars.
Yeah.
And there was a collision, effectively. And then what they did is they split the group into three, and they asked the first group, what speed was the car going when it hit the second car?
Oh, I think I've heard of this
The
one.
second group, yeah, what speed was the car going when it touched the other car? And the third one was what speed was the car going when it crashed into the other car?
And the crash is the fastest speed, right?
Yeah, but about a 20% difference in speed estimates per group, exclusively based on the one word used by the person asking the question. They all saw the same video, but they came to vastly different conclusions entirely based on how the question was phrased. So that's the danger of priming.
It's like,
it seems silly, but to tell people something's going to be boring, you're more likely to get them to react to that response. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like asking a kid, "Hey, do you want to go to the dentist or Disneyland?"
Yeah. And in fact, there's another great example of this for parenting, which is one of the biggest mistakes new parents make is because they're so panicked about bad things happening to children. If a kid scrapes their knee, and they start going, oh my god, get the medicine.
Oh, yeah.
The kid will just look at the faces of the parents and freak out. But that's why smart parents are going to go, oh, look, keep it, like, big smiles on their face, oh, fix the boo-boo, whatever.
Yeah.
And the kids, like, look for the parents' reaction, like, is this bad? Oh,
You can see kids do that. You can see kids, they look over their parent, am I hurt? No, I'm not hurt? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I go priming at work.
Yeah. As if humans have free will. I mentioned that earlier in the stream. We don't have free will. Anyways, so why isn't this working then? Why is this not calling the thing? And before I do this, if I'm gonna do just another, just to make sure that my if isn't messed up. Oh, it was.
My guess would be your string is not exactly matching your string that you think it is. That's the safest bet.
It was before our little offshoot topic of conversation. I had done this boring thing that wasn't at all boring, and now nothing fired. Wait, what happened? Why?
I think that line 16. I would remove that for now as a test and just have it do the quest. See if the normal quest is firing at all. Oh, did we not? Oh, no, we didn't. Probably didn't call an update. Oh, we did the update check in the quest thing.
Did we?
So let's just follow the hierarchy here. So the actual quest board.
Yeah.
Is receiving a method fired event or to add a quest to it into the stack, and then.
Yeah. Okay. So quest board. Let me go back there. Quest board.
It might throw me if you haven't set equal to new, but I think you have.
So this is the add method. I have a question.
Yeah.
You might be able to teach me how to do that. I saw Jason Wyman doing this when I was doing a chat with him, stepping through the code for debugging. I never do that. I always write debug logs, and I know that's not the best way.
Oh, yeah. So if you put a breakpoint on the left, a little red dot, if you click anywhere to the right of the numbers,
yeah,
it'll do a red circle there. And then rather than just pressing play, if you hit on the top right, there's a little bug icon. If you hit that, the debug icon, it'll then run, and you'll notice it says attached to Unity Editor. It will then run the game, but do it with the editor live, and whenever it hits that red dot, it'll just freeze the application running at that spot.
Okay. So now I'm going to warn you, are attaching debug over debug switch off in your project. Interesting. For all projects, that's fine. All right, so I did that, and do I have to? It's compiling the script. It's doing something. So I'll wait patiently during this very exciting moment that Unity is being slow. Have you guys heard about how slow Unity is? People love to complain about Unity being slow, even though it's a lot faster than things were in the 80s. And the 80s
were... I most complained about video. I did a video that said, hey, isn't Unity slow? And people are like, yes, you didn't give us an answer. And they keep banging on my YouTube going, make the next video where you said you'd give us the answer.
Ha ha. Oh, look, my brother's calling. Let me message him and say I'll call you back. Okay, I'll call you later. Okay. All right, so that now do I press play here in Unity or what?
The act of hitting that the debug should have done play for you.
It didn't because I think Unity needed to be told that I was okay with all that.
Well, either way, as long as you're quote unquote attached, if you press play, it will.
Okay.
It should run and it'll be fine.
Okay, it didn't do it. It didn't do jack. So that means it probably didn't get to that line of code. Is that right?
Could be. If you want to do a test, you can put a breakpoint in a starter and a wait function just to see if any of them get caught. And once it does, you can just continue past the point. So that's what I do. I want to just double check it attached correctly.
Okay, so I attached one in the update. No, I didn't. I took it off. Okay, so now I've got. Nope, come on. Okay, I have a break.
Chirag asked a question there, and just to answer it, probably a bit delayed. But what's the difference between storing coroutine and a coroutine variable or enumerator variable? You're storing literally the same object. You're just doing what's called a downcast. So you're basically storing the object as exactly the same thing, but you're just hiding a certain amount of information about it. So, for example, you might have a box that says my favorite movie, or you might have a box that says movie. One loses some information about it, but it's still the same thing in the same box. So whether or not you store it as a coroutine or as an enumerator, it's the same thing. It's just if it's an enumerator and you try to do things with it, it will only let you move next. That's all you can do. But if you store it as a coroutine, it'll have other coroutine related features available to you. That's basically it.
Well, thank you for that explanation.
No problem.
So I was actually trying to add a breakpoint here, and it seems to it's giving me some options. I see, that's why.
It's on all. If it has like what's called branching paths, it'll basically give you the option to breakpoint only on a particular branch. So what you can actually do, which is really fun, is on the breakpoint you can actually right click and run queries on it. So you can say only break if health is greater than 10 at this point in time. So you can do fun stuff like that really, if you want to get really specific, but obviously we're not doing that. I tend to break on brackets because it makes it easier. So rather than breaking on lines, I just like cheat and go up one and break on the bracket stuff.
Oh, got it. Okay. So I'm going to then push the bug. It says process attached is running. Stop and rerun, I guess. And then that should send this to play mode, you say? It doesn't seem to be automatically putting Unity into play mode.
Put those for me.
Lucky. All right, so way, I got.
Once it's attached, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I did got the break on the update.
Cool. So that means it is running. So what you can do now is if you uncheck that break on the update and then hit. If you look at the bottom left, there's a bunch of buttons. There's like plays and stops and whatever. They're the different driving controls. If you press play, it'll just restart playing it again. You know, like it'll continue from where it is.
Okay, so it never actually hits the ad. We're not getting to the ad.
Okay, so we are not adding, right? That's a very clear to fix thing. So I guess the expectation there is that line is not being called. So I guess track from where we're doing our fire event and make sure it is indeed firing said event.
Yes. Okay. So let me add a breakpoint here if I can. Okay, I add a breakpoint there.
It looks like add is not being called. So my guess is wherever you've got the board.add, it's actually that line isn't being called at the moment.
Yeah. All right, we'll add a breakpoint.
Oh, you know what it is?
What?
I bet you put it in when you've got the place that adds new quests, but you're not adding new quests because you've already placed the quests in the list already, haven't you? You're not like adding it at runtime, so it's not adding the.
No, I am. I am. The quest giver adds it.
Yeah, but it's not adding once it's running. It's already added, right? But before it started.
No. It does it on start.
Oh, okay.
Set up quests here. So
I think that line is.
Oh no! No. As one may expect, it's a silly thing. Because of that crash, this disappeared, and I just don't have the reference, and I didn't put a thing in the to catch that that reference. So I did learn something. So I appreciate learning about the breakpoints, and I'm much more confident about trying that on my own now in the future to use that.
Yeah, in fact, the only thing I would say to be careful about that is once you've done a pause and you've stopped somewhere, there's a bunch of arrows, and they basically have, if you hover over them, they'll tell you what to do. There's like step in, step over, step whatever. It's always like different things, and they're basically just various ways of saying move to the next line. Where possible, you want to use the one called step over or smart step over.
Okay.
Because if you use the step in, it'll start going into all the code that's like infinitely more complex. Like you might do it if thing equals thing, or if thing equals null. But what you don't realize is if thing equals null is actually like 50 methods down the stream of like this object calls equality compare this, and it will walk its whole way down to bedrock that you don't really care about. That's like well away from whatever you're trying to debug. So you want the one that's like the bent arrow, that's like the smart step over. And that basically says, look, when I say go to next line, I mean go to next line in my code. It's not next line literally whatever the hell you're going to do down the rabbit hole, you know?
I see. Okay.
So just have those 2 arrows basically. The one that's a straight arrow down is like be hyper specific and go to the exact next line of real code fired, but the bent arrow is go to the next line in either this script or my other script.
Okay. I didn't see those arrows, but I get the concept, so hopefully I'll see them at some
They're
point.
at the top right there, so when you're looking at the debugger, they'll be like in the bottom. There's a bunch on the top. On the bottom panel.
Oh,
right,
I see them now. I see them now. I'm looking at the YouTube video in the past. I see them there. So it's still not firing. I removed all my brakes and it seems to not be firing still. So I'm gonna add again here on the push.
I guess my question to you is: are you sure the quest giver is giving quests to the quest repository? Is that happening?
It should be. Let's see. So it is going here. Quest events push quest event, and that is on the quest event board. We're on the quest event board. This is on the quest event board, so it should be adding it here, and then we're not. Yeah, and then it should be doing the notification here. So let me add that. If I add it after the fact and then I do a play, okay, so it does go here, does do the notify, and notify, we can add another one here, I suppose, and step through or step over. I'm just using. All right, that didn't trigger though.
You have it equal to 0. So you want to return you want to return if it is equal to 0. That's equal to 0. Okay,
yeah, it did pause here on the notify, but then it didn't do anything here.
Oh, okay. So is the subscribe not subscribing? Wait a minute. Is our follower in the scene? Is he actually like on an object in the thing?
Oh god damn it! That got removed too, probably.
That would be it. Yeah, that's probably what's happened.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, wait, the follower. I just crashed Unity again. God damn it.
Well. Yeah, Unity, I don't know what it is, but the last like 2 updates of Unity have both been very crash heavy for me. I had one project which was in Euphoria, and I swear, anytime I was like longer than 10 minutes in Unity, it would crash. It got so irritating.
Yeah. So, okay, here's the deal. It's been 2.5 hours. My brother's called, my friends have been texting me, and I'm thirsting for a whiskey Coke right now, and I've been thinking about that for the past 45 minutes. So I think I've got enough to go on to debug this myself, and then once I figure that out, once that's working, it's really not a big jump to do the other event types that I think I know I need, like the on complete, on failure, on step complete, etc. So I'm going to call this a stream, I think.
Yeah, my one last recommendation for you to make this a bit easier for yourself. In the same way you've got all of your nice stat auto-generated thingamabobs for like stat.ids and whatever.
Oh yes.
Quest events should be treated the same way. So I would make a class called quest events or quest event types or something, or quest messages maybe, and then give that a bunch of things. It's like started, ended, increased in step, finished step, whatever things you're going to do. Mm-hmm. And that way, in the firing of the quest, you could just say fire event, quest ID, comma, quest event type dot whatever. And that way it's a nice hard-coded thing. And on the other end then, when you're in your follower can say if status equals quest.
I see. So instead of status being a string, it would be I don't know the term, but one of these hard-coded potential
Yeah, it is.
things.
It is still a string, but it's what we call compile time safe string. In other words,
Ah,
it's a compile variable that won't work unless it's on both sides. It just gives it a bit more. It means you have a nice friendly way of searching for it. You can just say thing dot and see all of the events you could get out of it.
nice, nice. Okay, I'll do that. That makes a lot of sense. All
But yeah,
right.
other than that, that's it. Like you'll be able to
Yeah.
send all the events you want. You'll be able to listen to it from multiple places. You'll be able to have a UI listen to it and a sound system listen to it. And I recommend a cool example for this is to give yourself like a little high score thing, which is just like imagine that every time a quest finishes, you get 100 points, and just give yourself a little fake script that has like total points collected, and every time quest completed, points plus 100, just to kind of demonstrate the point of, oh look, you can have a thing that's unrelated to everything else, that's just like tallying up a score for completing quests. It's like a fun, completely separate concept, you know?
Yeah, well, I think there's a I think the tie-ins that I'll probably do are going to be around gaining experience for completing quests. I want to show the concept, and unfortunately Unity's crashed, so I can't really show it now. But the idea that once you have, since all these quest objects have the stats system attached to them, you could have a quest that when you put it into your completed quest list,
Oh
you
yeah,
could
you could query for the stats and then do changes to stats
yeah,
based on
and
the quests.
that's automatic. It's built in. It does. You don't really have to. As long you just have to make sure you add it to your your whole. It's called the other get other modifications. But if you add it to that the same way you add your inventory or your equipment rather to for your equipped items, then now that means that a quest could give you a constant reward of a might boost or of a different boost or something. Or if you fail in the quest, you might get a constant
It cursed
detriment
to something.
to something.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's an interesting use case that I want to demonstrate in this, and I think for this demo scene, I also want to demonstrate what does not exist yet is a dialogue system. So I might cut it depends if I want to get quests out first, then I might change it a little bit. But otherwise, in my head, I want to have a dialogue system attached to this at the same time because they go hand in hand so
Yeah.
well.
Now, one last thing. It's completely out of scope for this, but just something to think about
Yeah.
because, again, I'm more interested in like highlighting the philosophy behind an idea because it helps you reason about further problems. So, like I said about this, so you're now like have a working example of this sort of notice board concept, right?
Yeah.
And so think about what that gives you as a possible solution to problems. What it really means is, regardless of how it's built or what it's for or whatever, what it really gives you is rather than me having to say thing.do method, I could say, hey, you, information. And someone else can say, oh, new information? Let me think about that. And so you can use that in lots of different places in your code. And a good example for this is you could have a second notice board, which has got nothing to do with like the actual quest events, but it could be like the quest updates. And what that means is your buttons, rather than having to like grab a reference to the current quest and do a lot of like annoying hooking up and calling stuff and changing the incremented value on a quest, you could have the quest repository have access to this thing called quest updater. And what's really cool about that is all your buttons and all your stuff could just fire, hey, quest updater, added item, or quest updater, killed a boar, or whatever. And then it could update whatever the current quest is based on whatever that event is. And then that would fire events into the quest system, which would do some more stuff. So I guess my point is, if you did have some other quote-unquote mediator, it would allow you to have buttons and acts of killing creatures send information to the quest system about whether or not it should change its status of the current quest without having to actually know what quest you're on or what you're doing, which really decouples and cleans that. It means that the line of code on the button is literally like red button clicked. And then somebody else somewhere turns that into an update status for the actual quest, you know?
Hmm. I'll have to think about that. That's an interesting idea. Um,
The way I do this, for example, is I have a UI, which is a bunch of buttons like you have here, player portrait, and all that stuff. And there's no logic on those buttons. There's a single script that has a sentence, which says portrait dash clicked. And then I have a separate UI handler that listens to the message something dash clicked, and I get whatever that is, and then I would turn on the panel that represents that thing. So I don't have to, when I go to my buttons, I don't have to drag variables and methods and classes into things. Every single button on every single UI, whether it's a tooltip, a button, an undo button, a portrait, any of them, all they do is fire a string into this shared system. And that shared system takes whatever string it got, splits it up into parts and said, oh, first part is UI. Okay, so go to the UI manager. Okay, next part is the panel I'm on, so portrait. Okay, go to the portrait manager. And the third part says like 5, so go to the fifth one. So just by writing UI-portrait-5, I can then go, oh, my UI system has received a method to go to portrait. Which portrait? Passing 5, there you go. And so every UI is like vastly simpler. And if you've got a quest system that's doing a lot of information, rather than having to pass stuff around all the time, being able to just fire in, collect coin 10, collect gem ID 5, collect MacGuffin ID 7. You just send information in, and the quest system aggregates that, does stuff, and then unrelated to that, it fires events out again. It's like, oh, quest is updated, quest is completed, move on to the next quest. Suddenly there's this really nice separation of everything talking to each other. Again, it gets very complicated, but like you can see at least on a conceptual level how it's not much different than what you're doing. It would just be a second list stored by somebody else that the buttons talk to, or the other things in the scene talk to, and then the quest system listens to that, and then you've got a nice separation, which lets you do things like have a debug screen, where you click a button on the debug screen, and it like fires into the quest system, kill an orc. Even though you didn't kill an orc, you just can like simulate that by firing into the quest system, this event has occurred,
Yeah, I think the way I was going to approach that concept, like if we're saying killing orcs, is to say, okay, add a stat that's called orcs killed. And when you kill an orc, or when you click a button in the debug menu, it would simply say stat orcs killed, add 1, basically, add points 1. And then the quest itself, when you say, are you complete, it would say, well, let me look at this list of stats that you gave me. And when you add the quest list, you would add the stats list at the same time, so it would know where to look. It would just look at that and be like, oh, yeah, you've killed enough orcs, so I'm complete. That type of thing.
I would say the same thing. The only difference is, rather than like explicitly having a stat for that, I would sort of intuit the stat by having a string that's basically killed dash orc. So that way you could have killed dash whatever, and you would then say on event, if event starts with killed, then split it out, get the second half of that, whatever that creature is, go to my creature list and increment that creature by 1.
I think
update current quest to match or something.
Yeah, when I listen to that that way of doing it, I feel like that is I don't know if the word opinionated is the right word in this case, but I feel like, okay, but that is great, but what about a game where killing doesn't exist? Suddenly the idea of killing, in this game there's no killing, so I can't.
Yeah, that's the reason why you have it separate. What you could have is saved dash puppy, saved dash chicken, cooked / dinner, right?
And that's something that is that something that the developer using the system would create. That would have to be, because I don't know what they're going to do with it.
Again, not really, because the way I would handle it, we're going to get really deep into this.
Yeah.
What you would have is a quest and then a quest updater. So, for example, an event comes in, there is a current quest. And based on event comes in, quest may change. And so you could tell the player, hand me a quest resolver. And what that does is it basically says, event received, if event starts with healed, if quest is a healing quest, heal quest increment by 5.
Can I cut you off and
Can
I restate what I think you're saying? So then on the quest object that they set up in the inspector, there would be a string saying, listen for this string, and if this string gets called with this substring, then add 1, or add whatever the third value is. So the quest itself would simply be listening for whatever string, fill in the blank, and the developer making their game using the system would fill in the blank. If their game is build homes, then it might be build home, or build duplex, or build triplex,
or whatever, exactly.
And I don't care what they're typing in. They just need to type that in, and then they're done, and they can. Interesting.
Exactly. So what you've got is basically a quest isn't really a thing. A quest is a list of flags, and maybe flags must have a certain count. So this flag must reach 5. and then various things in the game, whether it's killing something or opening a door or opening a loot box or whatever,
Yeah.
it can fire these strings into the system. And those strings get parsed out, matched against flags, and then flags are incremented or updated as a result. And then once enough flags have hit the right values, this is like maybe there's like a subtract flag as well as a positive flag, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
It just basically means things you do will be eat apple, bought apple, collect coin, lost coin, and then whenever these things happen, some script takes that information and says, "Oh, this occurred. Well, tell the current quest to increment or change its values." There's kind of one more step above this, which is sometimes the information shouldn't live on the quest, but it's like a world state thing. So you might have, for example, like you have with your stats and whatever else, you'd have something called the blackboard, which might be something like met the wizard. He's a person you might have met on the street, and part of the quest is until you met him and received the thing from him that whatever doesn't happen. So you'd have a global blackboard, and then you'd have the individual quest flags. And so on thing fired in the quest system, you would either set a quote-unquote blackboard value, or you would set a quest value, and then you would basically say check quest. Now that the world has changed, now that I've incremented your values or the world values, are you good now? And then the quest checks itself and goes, oh, I can actually move on to the next phase of me, or I can mark myself as complete. And once that's done, it then fires into your quest repository and says, oh, quest has updated itself. We'll then fire an event to everyone else to say the quest has now changed.
Yeah. And I think so in what I'm thinking here is the most flexible, versatile is, hey, just a bunch of strings that the developer can tend to find themselves, and that's just whatever they want to do, they can do. And then I would have options as well for, hey, stats. That's a predefined thing.
Yeah,
so
that's the system.
Yeah, so it would have to be like
which have specific drop downs that do specific stuff.
So the quest would essentially be then following or listening to a stat value change on a specific I have stats object. And when that value gets to a certain thing, it can say, now I'm at, yeah. Okay, I think I understand. And I'll have to play with this.
The next day that you're free, like we can, doesn't have to be on Zoom or anything, just we can catch up. I have a little project demonstration I've got, which I, like, you weren't there on Wednesday, so you couldn't see it there, but I showed everyone there. So next time you're around, I'll show you this example I have, which is literally just this. It is the strings being sent into a thing, other things are listening to it, and it does various stuff. I use it for spawning. I have like a command system that's some type spawn cube or color cube red or whatever. It'll just automatically do all the magic that makes the stuff happen.
Yeah.
Or group cube or whatever. I can show you how that works. It's exactly like we covered here, but just like one or two steps kind of above it. And once you see that, I'm sure you'll perfectly get what we're going for, and you could decide if you want to go that route.
Excellent. Thank you. So that, yeah, this is great. I'm glad we had that last talk too, because that's gets me stuff to think about. And the Blackboard idea is I like that as well. One of the things I like about the game modules that I have is the dictionaries, where it's on all of these objects. And yeah, Path, he's coming through my laptop speakers. I haven't gotten my audio set up properly to where I can communicate properly with someone in the chat room. But if you go to the Discord, by the way, we're actually in the Discord in the Hangout voice channel. Yeah, so the what I like about the dictionaries is it's just basically this flexible thing. You can put anything in it and use it in any way you want. So it just makes everything far more versatile. So what I like about the idea about this Blackboard is that also adds a huge amount of versatility. If I'm able to add to the modules objects the ability to then listen to the Blackboard or query the Blackboard in a way, to that idea of, yeah, you can add to the Blackboard, throw in a object UID and say that door has been opened or something, and then something else later can be like, hey, did that door get opened? And if so, now this quest is available to you then when that quest wasn't available to you before.
Yeah, exactly. Like a very common example of this would be they do this a lot in dialogue systems, where if you want to have dialogue things that only occur based on certain circumstances. For example, you might like be sent on a mission to go kill a wolf, and you might have a global Blackboard variable that says has met wolf. And so when you go talk to a person in the village, you might have a dialogue option going, "Where is the wolf?" And then, or if you've previously met the wolf and set that global flag, and you go talk to that villager, that your dialogue option won't be there for, because you've seen it already, and so you might get a different dialogue option where the NPC says to you, "Oh, I can see from your face you met the wolf," right? And so just having that blackboard variable lets the game change how it reacts. And so having global blackboard is a really good way of dealing with, like, did you visit the temple, or have you collected that MacGuffin, as like a general global state thing, and that can be really valuable for all forms of like future path branching in your application.
Yeah, my brain wheels are moving right now all of a sudden, and I'm like thinking, okay, because I know in my project Legend of the Stones, there's a concept of like party stats, which are the averages of the party stats and stuff. And when I would build a property that just does the math on that, but it would be interesting as well to, instead of doing the math on that, every time one party member's stat changes, it recomputes the party stats and posts it to the blackboard. And then anything that cares about that stat, I could have pre-created on the blackboard a placeholder for what I know I'm going to push in there, which is this stat. And it can say, oh, I'm going to follow that stat. So I don't need to actually say, hey, Quest, look at this, party stat. Instead, it just says, hey, Quest, look at the blackboard. And, I can preset the quest to care about what I've defined on the blackboard as a variable that's going to hold this data, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and if you want like a kind of Unity-ish example of this, I mean, literally that's basically what a animator uses. That thing on the left, where you declared a bunch of variables for the animator as a whole, is like a blackboard for the animator. Each individual state doesn't have its own variables. There is a blackboard of is walking, is running, is holding thing, has died, or whatever, and then the whole graph can query against the blackboard to decide what it does at any point in its branching path, right? So that's literally the same principle.
Nice. Okay. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically it. One last thing I'll throw you just for a fun thing to look at. Like I said, this is a little project thing that I've got that I'll show you a more behind the scenes of at some point later. But I just posted in the Showcase channel a little video of this is actually a little project I'm doing for somebody else, but it highlights a few things at once. It's basically a command pattern executing on a mediator, which uses a bunch of other silly stuff, but it should highlight that I'm firing words effectively into the system. And so at around 20 seconds in, I type undo to undo the previous actions. But what's interesting is that there's an undo button, and all that undo button does is type the word undo into the command system. So what I'm getting at is that whether I'm clicking, say the buttons on the left, when I click the toolbar to switch between spawning mode or pointer, I'm not actually doing anything on that button. The code behind that button is tool-pointer or tool-spawner, which means I could write that in the text box, or I could fire it from the button, or I could fire it in the console or whatever. They all do the same thing. So by decoupling the actions to this, like, sending it to the mediator, and then the mediator decides, oh, you said select tool, then I'll select tool, all subsequent things can do that without having to, like, write complicated code. So I've turned the whole application into things that can happen by writing group/thing or color/red or tool/whatever. And that's all that is basically a mediator, just like you did. Strings come in, listen to strings, do different actions based on strings that came in.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll have to. I realize now. I see the YouTube. You weren't actually seeing what I was seeing, everybody. I apologize for that. It looks like
it's in the Showcase channel on Infinity PBR, which you should be a Discord member of. So go do
you should be. And for some reason, maybe the YouTube's just super lagged behind or something, or maybe I stopped playing. Oh wow, no, it's super lagged behind. That's what it is. So no, I take back my apology. It now just started. So it's about a minute and a half or more lagged. So, yeah. So yeah, you should definitely be in the Discord here, and you should, if you like listening to Jason talk about things and teaching you things, then you should check out in the description of this video. There should be a link to Jason Storey's Ko-fi page, coffee page. I still want to say coffee, but I still say Ko-fi. I hate myself for it. But you should check that out, and that will get you access to his Discord, where the folks there go into very deep conversations about coding and philosophies around coding, and it can be very exciting if you enjoy learning about and discussing that stuff. So there you go.
And I guess to do a bit of double down on that, my actual website is just jason.guide, and you'll be able to find whatever else I'm working on there too. My other YouTube stuff and my currently links to like actually one of your videos is on there. We had a big discussion.
Nice.
So just links to anything that I do that I think people might like is on that page. So that's a bit more details too.
Nice. There you go. There you are. I like the Jason. Oh, and then it goes to colorful coding. Jason.guide goes to colorful coding.
Yes.
Yeah. And you got the alliteration going on.
I also have Jason Storey.ie, but that's more for businessy.
Yeah. Do you find that you have to get also Jason Storey without the E, just in case people spell it wrong?
No, if they can't type my goddamn name correctly, they don't have to.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
That's why I have Jason.guide, so I know people are going to get it wrong.
Yeah.
The other one is more for like on a resume. I don't want to write like, some marketing sounding URL. I just have my name.
Plus, the only way you're going to become the Craigslist of coding is by having Jason Guide, so people can be like, oh, just go to Jason Guide.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then
I had others too, but I always forgot what they are. So now I've just left it with Careful Coding, Jason.guide, and JasonStorey.ie. All three go to roughly the same place.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna sign off. Have a great night, everybody. Jason, thanks as always for hopping on. It's been a pleasure, and I've learned a ton. And I hope I don't forget everything you've taught me. I'm sure I'll forget half, but pick it up later.
Well, if you do, you have a nice, 4-hour video to go back over?
It's just 3 hours, just 3.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah. All right, thanks everyone. Have a great night, and I will see you on the flip side.
Good luck.